Shane Sweeney.
Yeah. Ah, Mr. Sweeney. Good to have you with us. Yes. And it looks like we're growing step by step. This is excellent. I do like to, I think I mentioned in the conference invitation that I like to start out with a little bit of a prayer. I hope that doesn't conflict with any serious spiritual beliefs of any of you to a normal Christian Abrahamic God. And unless there's somebody screaming at me, I'm going to go ahead and do that. True God, Yahweh Jehovah, our Father in the heavens, God of Abraham, please send your Holy Spirit to guide and direct us. Help us to advance your kingdom of truth and justice on this earth. Thank you for sending your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, that set the example for that. And help us to carry on honorably with the work that he did. In his precious name of Jesus Christ, we pray these things. Amen. And yes, at that point, just a quick frame of reference. How many of y'all do consider yourselves Christians? Most of you, minority. Can I kind of get a feel for that? There we are, Janet. Okay, thank you. Well, I just kind of like to touch base on that, and I am very liberal with my Christianity. I'm not a real serious Bible thumper. At that point, I think item 2 on the agenda is to try to get a good introduction and get acquainted from our Canadian people, and I believe Shane is the one that's prompted up by your group there to go ahead and make the introduction. Is that correct, Shane? Are you there? Hello, is Shane there? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Do we still have Shane with us?
Thought I heard him come in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was having trouble getting unmuted there.
All right. Do you want to go ahead and present an introduction? In the list here, yeah, I think there's only a few of us that aren't Canadians. Your audience for new people here is a little bit small, but I'm certainly all ears, and I imagine Dr. Rivera is interested in what you're doing too. And yeah, please go ahead and make your presentation there, Shane.
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having us here. We're all very grateful to be here and to have the opportunity.
Excellent.
So we are from Unify the People, and we are, as you said, Canadians who are working on writing constitutional conventions for each of our provinces. Some of you may be aware, but yeah, our provinces have been granted the authority by our supposed governing body to do this, the British Crown. So we've found a lot of documents from historical parliamentary acts that have brought us to the absolute conclusion that we were in fact granted our authority and our right to sit our own de jure government. So that's what we've been working on as a group. We are Unify the People, so we're working in every province and territory, because we do have 3 territories up north above our provinces that some people aren't even aware of as well. That's our claim to the Arctic, we'll say, in terms of geography. So, even above Ontario, as most people are familiar with, we have our Yukon and our Northwest Territories, and Nunavut as well. So we have 3 territories above there. So each of those provinces and territories are working now to write their own constitutional conventions. And part of what we're doing is looking at common law and natural law and that kind of thing in terms of implementing that into our constitution. So that's why we're excited to be here and to kind of learn some things about what you guys are doing with common law and how you plan on implementing that type of thing, that type of system. So that's why we're here to learn as much as we can.
Excellent. Does any other of your group members like to add anything to your presentation there? Anybody else?
Well,
Wallace?
I wasn't sure how much of your time you wanted me to take up with an actual, an in-depth discussion on that. So that's why I kind of kept it short and to the point there. But I'm certainly happy to elaborate, and I know Chris and Brian are in the room as well. They'd be happy to elaborate on anything. I just wasn't sure how much of your time you wanted me to take up with that.
All right. Well, if Chris or Brian feel like jumping in, we could jump right into comparing notes and stuff like that, but it might be helpful if Chris or Brian did chime in a little bit. That would help to give me a better big picture of where the traction points might be on consensus building and things like that.
Yeah, I'm Brian.
Go ahead.
And basically, I prepared just a few quick notes here that we're implementing natural sovereign law into a new republic, and we need in-depth education to establish a solid foundation of justice as we start our new republic. The first republic will be important to get the other republics started after the first. Every detail is important in the first republic, and that's what we're working for.
All right. And you're Brian, correct?
I am Brian, yes.
All right. All right.
Eric,
Yeah, don't mix me up with that guy or that Shane. No, I'm just kidding. Just quickly, my name is Chris. I represent a group here that is Yellow Vest Patriots of Calgary, who are advocating for Unify the People and the constitutional conventions. We push that movement, and we're just learning about the natural law.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Chris. My internet connection here is a little bit slow. But the video's great, and I can't help but think, as you guys probably saw from the invitation that I composed, I've spent a lot of time studying common law, and I do believe that's our deeper historical roots, that if we look at that closely, that provides a grassroots, bottom-up system of governing, where the real power is at the local community levels, and everything else at the higher levels is dependent upon the consent of all the lower levels of government. And that's why it's really beautiful, is because everything is seriously decentralized down to the very small common law township communities. Yes, it sounds like some of these ideas are a little bit new to y'all. Is that true? Or
It certainly is. It certainly is a new concept to most of us. I mean, just as Canadians in general, because we're not used to anything common law or natural law. That's something that's foreign to us, that we're all kind of learning as we go with that. Our idea for the Alberta team was to go with natural sovereign law, and that was the root of that idea, trying to get to a core natural law or core common law that you just spoke of. Getting back to the basics of having everything rooted in the community level, and everything. And what we're thinking with natural sovereign law is having things based on the Creator's law, essentially.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane. If I might try to build on a few things there. In fact, probably you already presented me with a major traction point to try to get my mind wrapped around the work that you're doing. I think you mentioned that there was some type of an act of parliament or something that bestowed greater rights or recognition on you guys here recently. Does that sound like what you said here recently about?
Yeah, I can elaborate on that more, absolutely. So basically what I'm talking about is the British Crown is the body that set up our parliament initially in Canada back in 1867. They would have created the British North America Act. And amongst other things, that set up the authority to set up a parliament and therefore to create, statutory laws and that type of thing. Something that we found through our research as a group and as other individuals is that...
we got feedback. Please mute in the background there, people, if you're not talking. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah. We found through our research that the enacting clause of that act, which is, this might sound funny to the Americans, but the Crown has to give this weird ceremonial approval to a bill before it has any authority, and that's what the enacting clause is. So the enacting clause for the British North America Act was actually repealed in 1893. That was through the Statute Law Revisions Act. The bill lost its entire authority then, and the British monarch actually repealed the Provisions Act, Section 2 of that act, which removed the Crown from the bill as well as their successors and their heirs. So that was with Queen Victoria in 1893. So when she passed away in 1901, that she was the last Canadian monarch, so to speak. She was our last queen here in Canada, which means that Elizabeth isn't really our queen, even though she's kind of purported to be. And then just a little bit further, the Statute of Westminster in 1931 is an act that clarified a lot of the regulations around the old British Commonwealth, so Canada as well as Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and the like. And there are certain sections of that act, Section 11 specifically, and 7 are the acts that are the parts of that act that grant Canada and her provinces the authority to be sovereign. They're no longer dominions or colonies of the United Kingdom, and therefore are free to govern themselves. So that's kind of the historical part that I was kind of getting at, that we've kind of been in that situation now since 1931, and we're kind of really hoping to make a push on this now, because we feel like if it doesn't happen now, it's probably never going to happen.
Yeah. With this whole coronavirus thing, there's a military police state not only trying to lock down our separate countries, but the whole world. So we've got to do something to put together real sovereignty for our common people here. I'm optimistic that we can do some really powerful things. It looks like Ed Rivera is on the screen here and without his picture. Ed, did you have something you would like to say?
I'll just say hello from now. I'm still trying to get this set up so I can get video too.
Okay, well, join with us when you can, Ed.
I will.
But, all right. Building on what you're saying, though, Shane, my research has indicated that there's basically two systems of law and they've been inherently in conflict. And our common law tradition really was in a pure form in England, like I referenced in the invitation, prior to 1066 AD in England there, prior to the Norman conquest. But at that point, at that Norman conquest, Roman Empire municipal civil law came in and started adulterating and subjugating the English people and basically reducing them to Roman Empire slaves. And while Magna Carta did some great things in pushing back, it did reestablish a lot of the more ancient common law principles. It was really a half-hearted effort because the barons involved there didn't really want to give power to the grassroots common people. They just wanted to be free from the dictates of their Roman Empire king, King John there. So we've had Roman Empire municipal civil law causing adulterations of our pure common law, where our grassroots people are really empowered. We've had those adulterations for a long time, and certainly there have been moments in history where we had more liberty and more rights for the grassroots people, but there have also been less rights. And the research that I'm advocating is to convert back to the pure common law model, where the grassroots common people are seriously empowered to responsibly self-govern in their small local communities, and there's no privileges. I'm really apprehensive, Shane, that because I've seen it in so many states in the USA,
privilege.
There may be some good developments on paper, but quite frequently there's a hook. They talk about rights, but when you look at them closely, they're really privileges. And I'm wondering if nobody else is competing for the microphone, maybe Shane could or somebody else can elaborate on whether or not you guys believe that the developments that Shane talked about really seriously bring us back towards original common law, where the sovereignty is really in the grassroots people, or if there's some kind of string on us still, where we still got to jump through hoops in order for the Canadian people to access the real sovereignty. Shane or anybody, could you elaborate on that point?
Well, I know from the work I've done with the Alberta team on setting that constitution up and working on their judicial system that's going to be incorporated with the natural sovereign law that they've worked on, I don't see how there can be hoops to jump through with this, if it's able to be implemented, of course, right? That's part of the learning process that we're here to learn about and learn from you on that as well. But from what I've been able to see on that, from that aspect, the corruption aspect, the power, the system that they've created, the power lies entirely with the sovereign. They have entire power. So, I mean, if they wish to corrupt themselves, I suppose, but save from that, I just don't see how it could present more hoops to jump through. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that or not.
Well, I was just going to say that basically, from a grassroots level, we the people have had enough of the globalist scum that are controlling our de facto government. We are declaring ourselves sovereign by writing our own constitution, so we don't give a crap what they think. We are moving forward, and we have to decide what type of law we want to put in. And natural law seems to be, I don't know nothing about it, but from what I've heard briefly in the last couple of days, it's the way to go. And we don't care what they think. Period. We're moving forward. Or they're going to kill us, one or the other.
Yeah.
Charles?
Go ahead.
sorry, just one more thing to add to that. One of the beautiful parts about what we're doing is that each province, as they are now, are going to be their own republic, sovereign nation. They're going to decide for themselves. They don't need to go with the Alberta point of going with natural sovereign law. Each province, if British Columbia, New Brunswick have something else in mind that they want to go with, the beautiful part about this is they're free to set that system up. This is just what you're hearing about the natural sovereign law system being implemented. That's from the Alberta team, and that's what we've kind of been working towards there. But each province is free to, you know, kind of work out whatever type of system they want for their laws.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Name and province, please.
Dennis from BC, Vernon.
Okay.
If people understand common law correctly, it's pretty much the same as natural law. No one's ever heard of sovereign law, and I don't know where that term came from, but common law and natural law are pretty much the same thing, and that's the way we're going here. And we're not a nation, we're the sovereign republic of British Columbia, is what everybody's agreed on so far.
Okay. If I might interject a little bit and try to make some suggestions about what I see to be some important issues. A lot of the terminology of whether you're a republic or sovereign or under natural law, it kind of becomes, there's a lot of good words that have a lot of good connotations, but like one of the other fellows said there earlier, either we're going to get our sovereignty or they're going to kill us, and so we're kind of in a battle here, and so to focus on the more tangible world issues in this battle, I've come to my common law studies have led me to the conclusion that the really important issues are whether or not the judicial power is decentralized down underneath the counties to the smaller jurisdictions, the precincts, and even smaller under that is the townships, where the executive power is firmly lodged, and that executive power down at the township level with town constables are all part of the common law tradition, and any 10 households can elect their own town constable, and that town constable has the constitutional right to arrest anybody that might be causing a breach of the peace in their small 10 household township community, and that would include the Queen of England if she happens to go waltzing through there. That judicial power and executive power, the whole picture would take on a whole lot more clarity if you were talking about people that are doing the corruption. Somebody with the dog there needs to mute the background, please. Thank you. The picture takes on real tangible clarity when you start talking about whether or not how you're going to address the really serious corrupted people in Canada, and whether or not you're going to be able to bring criminal complaints against them, and if you do, if you're going to be able to have influence in selecting the jury to decide the criminal complaint against those corrupted public servants. Issues like that are the more tangible real world issues that lie behind and provide substance to the great words like republic and sovereignty and natural law and things like that. The real issues are whether or not we can make arrests and hold our own jury trials in our own communities and things like that. following due process of law. We're not advocating anarchy, but we are talking massive, serious decentralization of governmental authority, and that's probably going to upset a lot of people in positions of power, both in the USA and in Canada and in Britain. So I just wanted to emphasize that, and I'd be real interested in responses from any of you that might feel like responding on that point. I yield.
Well, you made an important point there. The distinction between the two, I don't think matters as much as the system you're actually going to set up. So at the end of the day, whether you call it natural law, whether you call it sovereign law, whether you call it what matters.
People with the baby. Hey, the baby, please mute. Please mute your phone in the background with the baby there. Shane, please continue if you can.
Yeah. So no matter what you're calling it, you hit the nail on the head. It doesn't matter. What matters is what system you're setting up, right? So I can only speak for Alberta being involved with their team, and like I also stated before, the beautiful part about it is each of these provinces are free to do their own thing, but in Alberta, the power lies right in the community. The power to hire the sheriff, power to hire the jurors who will sit on grand juries. Everything is hire and fire by the sovereigns of that community. So that's what I was alluding to earlier when I was saying that the system that they've set up is one that I don't really see as being corruptible as such for that reason. Unless, of course, the sovereigns decide to corrupt themselves, which seems odd, but the power lies with those sovereigns in that community. And I'm going to cede the floor because I believe some others have something they want to add there.
Sure, others?
Okay, it's Ed Rivers. I'm in British Columbia.
All right.
I've been listening to what you said, and I agree wholeheartedly. It all depends on getting this Constitution, these constitutions done and ratified, so we, the people, the sovereigns, have the power to implement the laws, have grand juries and whatnot. My thought is, in order to have the constitutions and to have them ratified, we need to determine what law the Constitution is going to be governed by, whether natural law, and I agree, there's no such thing as of yet as to sovereignty law. However, it is my understanding that common law we won't be able to use because it's been hijacked years ago by you might as well say by the bar. If you go back even farther, then you're talking the Vatican. But we need to have in the Constitution what law we are governed by. So we need in each of these republics, and I'm hoping all republics will go the same and go on natural law, which a lot, most of the people in this room probably understands that the native people of years ago, before the colonials come, lived by natural law. Now, I'm not saying that was perfect by any means, but at least it was the law of the Creator and of the land. Can you speak on that at all?
Are you asking me or somebody else there?
You yourself, sir.
All right. I'm Charles. Yeah. And what was your name again, my friend?
Edward.
Edward. Thank you, Edward, in BC. All right. Yeah, the Native Americans, they had a number of really good, well, there was different tribes. Some of them were, the Native North Americans were pretty radical and crazy, but and violent. But other Native Americans were, like the Iroquois, were really peace-loving and responsible and doing really good things. So, and certainly the Roman Empire government that came in Canada and the USA early on was bad. It caused a lot of problems. People that aren't talking, please mute your phone in the background. I can hear we're getting an echo there. Please mute your phone in the background. Yeah, if you're not talking. But yes, the Native Americans had some beautiful things going, and it was a sin before God. What the people that were oppressing us, the Roman Empire model of government, and their moral prostitutes that run their model of government and pretend like they respect common law, those people brought evil to North America, and those of us trying to escape their clutches by coming over here to Canada and the USA, we didn't have much, we were just trying to escape, our ancestors were trying to escape that evil ourselves. And I don't consider most of us working class people from England and Northern Europe to be part of the problem, but the Roman Empire model of government that came over at the same time and abused all those Native Americans, that was a serious, nasty development that, well, God will sort it out later on, I guess. But we're in this battle here and now, and through our common law tradition, we've got the tools at our hands to cure these problems. Some of the documents that I linked in the invitation gives, and those documents could be easily adopted to Canada. But one of them is a constructive notice of treason, and it talks about how all the Roman Empire model of government has supplanted, displaced, and usurped our common law tradition. And it postures like it's doing common law, but it's not. It's a watered-down version of common law. And when they hold jury trials, you can see it. They manipulate the evidence. The jury should decide what evidence is admissible. They don't need a black-robed tyrant from the municipal government in there telling them what evidence is relevant and what evidence is not. When the jury comes together, the jury should decide what evidence is relevant for themselves. They've got to make a unanimous verdict, so they will automatically filter out the irrelevant evidence by consensus. The jury trial process is brilliantly insightful, because that indicates that majority rule is gone. It's not a popularity contest. We're here to seek the laws of nature and of nature's God, and do the right thing before God, especially in response to criminal complaints before the court. And that includes corrupted public servants. You know, if the public servant is innocent, the jury will find that out when they're trying to come to a unanimous agreement. But if he's guilty, he needs to be removed from office with whatever force is necessary. And our town constables should be empowered to carry out those kind of jury verdicts. And we've got to talk about lawful administration of force through the juries and through our town constable peace officers, because unless we're talking about where the rubber meets the road like that, then it's just a grand illusion. you know, we got to be serious about harmonizing with the laws of nature and nature's God here. This isn't a game. The whole planet, the Earth, is on the table here, and we need to be serious about our common law tradition, because the specific provisions of the common law tradition bring forth social harmony with natural law. Okay, it decentralizes the power, so everyone can have their own natural law and peace and tranquility and liberty in their own small local communities, and nobody's messing with them unless there's some kind of breach of the peace in those local communities. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I should yield for comments or questions from any of you all there.
Can I add to that, Charles? It's Dennis from Vernon, BC.
Sure.
I understand that common law has been usurped. However, if people nowadays, which we're trying to teach, understand common law properly, that it is the same as natural law, if you use natural law correctly in the corrupt courts today, you win every time. I have personal experience. I have associates that have personal experience. And when using the term common law, I don't think there's too many people on the planet that have not heard the term. They may not know or understand what it means, but they've heard the term. So to use a new term and try to reinvent the wheel, a lot of people are just going to become confused. And I never use complaint. I always use claim. Like, my wife can complain about me all day long, not taking the dog out for a walk or that. Well, who cares? But if you have a claim against somebody with an injured party, you have an actual claim and a proper court procedure with the jury of common law.
Can I pop in for a second? Can I pop in for a sec, Dennis?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, so let's look at the big picture here. Parts of the republics. So let's look at the big picture here. Natural law, the 7 laws of the Turtle Island, which are pretty close to natural laws. Correct? Spiritual laws. What do they call them? They call them the 7 spiritual laws, which no harm. So if we look at the big picture. If the people are going to create the laws to protect each other, how do they create them? Now, we could use common law, but we pretty well have to rewrite just about everything in the common law, because common law was created by the Saxons and the Roman Empire, which is the same empire running the world right now. And then this was common law. Then the British monarchy law adapted it through Magna Carta, which eventually took over the United States, because the Magna Carta was brought over with George Washington, the Freemason. So
yeah,
the way I position it is this. We, the sovereigns, are creating the laws that the sovereigns want at a local level. We can call it natural law, common law, and eventually the sovereign law, or just the law from the Creator. To get to that step, I think we should really look at how we position it, because the Bar Association and the Magna Carta have a lot of in-depth power into the common law. Do you agree with me there, yes or no?
Not entirely, because who owns everything on this North American continent are the clan mothers, and the clan mothers are being used presently in the United States and Canada behind the scenes with almost nobody knowing about it. And when you're aware of that, the clan mothers own everything. They call the shots, and they've been usurped, but they're coming back, and they understand common law 100%, and that's, as far as I'm concerned.
Every clan mother I've talked to, and I think I've probably talked to a lot, they use the 7 laws, the spiritual laws. So how do we get that across? So to make it work for all. No, common law is not common. There's no common sense anymore. That's the problem. So we have to use the 7 laws. which are the same thing as natural law. We proceed with natural law, and we use the 7 laws, and we adapt those laws in as we create our laws. Now, I know the team right now with Elizabeth right now is working hard on a whole bunch of different information they've been working on with Dwight and a few others. I know that today I talked to Knudsen and Potvin, and they have pretty well have abandoned the court system in the Corporation of Canada. No one's winning. So we need to move forward in a direction that's going to be positive. How do we get there? We make it simple. The laws protect all. We write them. If we could use common law eventually, if that's what we want to call it, but I think we should, if we're going to intertwine with the 7 laws of the spiritual clan mothers, which they want, which is exactly what they said, natural laws by the Creator. We already have that creation from the clan mothers and the hereditary chiefs. So they're the entitlement to the Corporation of Turtle Island. They're willing to go forward in sharing the wealth of all, the land, to all the sovereigns on a communication barrier that comes together.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Natural law. It's common law. It's the same thing. But it's a term that people understand. You can change them later and educate them later. But for now, we don't have time.
So what we should do then,
well,
we don't have time. That's why this is why the essence is here. You understand that. So we have to get very organized very quickly.
Yep.
So we are using our counterparts in the United States of the republics of the United States, not the hijacked, all the states are hijacked right now, not all of them.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we need to use what we can get. Now we have North Dakota, we have Nevada, which right now Nevada is issuing its own currency-based system based on the wealth of their nation. So this is the first sovereign bank, and that's Nevada. They've already opened up. So we can take that idea and move that to British Columbia, or we can move that to Montana, or we can move that to Idaho, or we can move that to Kentucky, or we can move that to Newfoundland. The same type of mechanism. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have to come to an agreement. So if we're going to do the Constitution, from Part 1 to Part 8, I think they're working on it today. I'm pretty sure Elizabeth said they've been working on it hard for the last week. So, Part 1 to 8, I think this Constitution, Part 1 to 8, should put the sovereignty into power, the sovereigns into power with accountability, and they're going to do some changes on a few things. So land, air, and water, et cetera, but I think you guys worked on it. I think Chris Herod and Dwight and those guys worked on it this week. So I think they're going to have it published today. I was told it was to be published by Darren today. So we should look at that in the next few days. Now, we should also intertwine with our American brothers to the south fighting the same cabal. What have you established in the United States to reenact your first president, which is John Hansen's Constitution of Congress? Has anybody looked at the first Constitution written by the United States, the republics of John Hansen, before the Mason hijacked it? That was George Washington, the 9th president. Talking to the American counterparts. Charles?
Yeah, thank you, Dallas. There's some spots there that I might be behind the curve on. I believe our first Constitution was the Articles of Confederation. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that was the first Article of Confederation. That was John Hansen, right? John Hansen, and they had 1-year term of Congress, right?
Yeah.
So I looked at that, and now I look at the Bill of Rights they put in there, right, to protect the people. So when you put in a Bill of Rights, that means you have to list every single right, correct? Or else it's not a right.
Well,
so the Bill of Rights
But in the USA, they did the thing with the 9th and 10th Amendment that just because they put a specific provision in there saying that we're not listing all the dang rights.
Right.
Just because we list, so they had a catch-all phrase there that I think kind of covered it. They didn't have to list all the rights.
That was the most important thing. So when they brought, I can't remember who it was, but it was definitely Diefenbaker that brought in some Bill of Rights, right? which actually removed our rights because they listed the rights we had, and they slowly degrade the rights down. So if we keep it simple, that the sovereigns have all the rights as long as they bring no harm to others, we keep it simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the move that we're really looking at when we started the structure of when the Constitution, when the Republic Constitution was being created, it was created on sovereignty. So it was very, very particular because some people don't believe in God. Some people believe in the satanic God of the Catholics. Some people believe in the satanic God of Muslims and Mahad. So we got rid of God. We put in one special word. Part 2. Unalienable rights. You have the right to have a spiritual believer or creator. You can call him God as long as your spiritual beliefs do not bring harm to others. That way we bring in all the races. Buddha, Muslim, etc., right? You follow me?
Sure. As long as they're not engaged in criminal activity, yeah.
So that's the point. So I think Shane has some words he wants to say too, because I know he's been working behind the scenes with Dwight, and I think it's very important that we understand from 1867 onward, that was the big push. I can't remember the exact date the Magna Carta was brought into effect, but the Magna Carta only protected the nobles and kings and queens, we know this, right? And the peasants, which are now the U.S. citizens, which are the Canadian citizens, which are the Indians under the Indian Act, and Ireland slaves, etc., etc. So to get to that adaptability, we need to go straight for the jugular. And like I said, we're running out of time. We all know this. So if we have our counterparts in the United States doing the same thing, and Australia, and New Zealand and Ireland doing the exact same thing, then I think we have a great victory. This battle we're fighting is worldwide, correct? Is Dwight in here?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what Dwight has to say. He's been working with Elizabeth, and I'd like to hear what Shane had this week. I haven't really been following up what they've been doing. I've only been hearing bits and pieces, but I'd like to know what they were working on this week. Is Dwight in, or?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you give me a follow-up what you guys have been working on? And then Shane, please.
Yeah, well, Elizabeth and I spent a few hours last week. We worked on the grand jury procedures and protocols, put that together. And then we've also worked on the sheriff protocol and procedures. We worked on that. We basically are using the same aspect of common law, but we describing it as natural sovereign law. Because one of the things to remember, the common law has been hijacked. You want to go back to the root, the natural law, the first law, God's law. And that's to do no harm. And all the other things will come into play with that. So when you look at writing our court procedures, I don't know if Elizabeth's got that up on the site yet, but it's been fine-tuned to such a degree that I think anybody could actually read it and understand what we've done.
Okay, sounds good. Shane, what have you been working on, and what do you think? Some of your ideas.
I just wanted to labor one quick point before I move on, that the semantics of natural law versus sovereign law versus common law is a divisive point that means very little. We're creating a new republic. We're creating a new system. We're basing it off many things that have many great ideas. So if we're going to bicker about whether we're calling it natural sovereign law or whether we're calling it common law, we're not going to get anywhere. And once again, every province is free to do their own thing. So anybody from British Columbia who doesn't like the idea of natural sovereign law can go with common law, and they don't have to worry about who knows anything about natural law and who knows anything about common law. They're free to do their own thing. That's the power of the sovereign, being able to choose that. So we in Alberta are not dealing with any other provinces in terms of what system they want to implement. We're looking to find the best system we can and build it. We're drawing from things like common law, whether old or new practices. We're looking at natural law, law of the land, and we're drawing from that. And we're trying to create a body of a system of laws that we see as being as natural and organic as possible. The very root of what common law used to be, as you alluded to earlier, Charles, and that's kind of, I think, the idea that you're going for as well. So whether we're calling it, doesn't matter. We can even make a new name. I don't think it matters at all. I think the system you're setting up is what matters. And Dallas was looking for a bit of an answer there on that. Dwight elaborated. We've been working on how we're going to set up grand juries, how the jurors are going to be selected for those types of things, or hired, not selected. Sorry, different roles within the courts. We're not going to have judges. We're going to have adjudicators. So just different little things like that we're implementing that we believe is more organic and natural. And that's why we have chosen to go with a natural sovereign law as just the name for what we're applying. And whether that's mostly common law or not, again, doesn't matter. It's the body of the system that matters. So.
Well, thank you, Sheila. No, I agree, because I've been watching what's happening with Dennis and the crew down there with common law. I've been talking to Curtis on their common law endeavors down in Kelowna. And I'm reaching out to other sovereigns to see what they want for what their laws are. So I think if we come across the board and we're all looking at the same solution, it'll bring us all together. So to me, what I mean is, I feel is important. This will be the first time in history when the sovereigns actually get to create the laws that actually will protect the sovereigns. So that's the biggest thing. So common law was common sense, was passed down from natural law. But then again, it was hijacked. So if we proceed in that direction, I think all of us, even our republics, our members down south of us, our brothers and sisters down south, can do the same. And from east coast to west coast, and even we can look at what Australia is talking about, their natural laws, sovereign laws, or common law too. As of this day, not one person has been able to beat them in their court system. Yes, you can beat them for driving tickets. You can beat them for this and that and this and that. Like I said, I was hoping Potvin would be in tonight, because they've been working on some major stuff here for the last 6 months with Knudsen, and Potvin will be coming in for a meeting probably this week with everybody, where they gained ground on common law and where they lost on common law. And right now, there's no courts open up in the entire system.
Are you referring to common law? Nobody to date has won in their courts using common law?
Yeah, for parking tickets, speed fines, even that young lady that won the big court case in Vancouver.
That's 100% correct.
Okay, name one law. I want to know one law that we have ever won in common law in their court system, because the judge will throw you in jail.
I'll give you a fellow that lives in Virginia, United States, who wins in using common law in their corrupt courts every time he goes in. He's been to Canada 10 times, and he's won using common law. I've been in court using common law.
What case though? Like, I mean, tell me the case number. What did he win? The parking ticket?
Getting children back.
We're well aware of children. Yes, the property of the child, of the father and the mother. Yes, I know. I'm aware of that one. Okay, so give me another case that he's won.
Big, actually, that's pretty
where
big.
Where he's got what?
Getting children back from the courts. People take forever. He takes 3-4 days. Another one is nullifying foreclosures. That's all BS. Nullifying credit card loans, student loans. If you know common law and understand common law, it's been usurped, yes, but if you understand it, know how to use it, it's valid today. They understand it because they know it's common law, and they can't defeat it. And that's why common law is so important. It's the same as natural law. People have to understand what common law is.
is that we
natural
can
law.
put a phrase. We can put a phrase in there. We're going to use the creator law, natural law, to common sense, the common man law, was called the common man law, to proceed to what the people, the republics, want to choose as their laws to protect each other and themselves, their property. Correct? So we can all come to terms on that one. Yes, no?
Well, I guess if they don't understand common law, yeah. But people that
That's the
understand
problem.
it, use it.
They don't understand it because, like I said, we've been at it for a long time. We need to get these laws up there so people read the laws and understand the laws are there to protect them, their family, their property, and their future. Then I think we all win.
Well, we all win if everybody understands common law, too, because we win every day in their court right now against anything.
Okay.
You have to have
Okay.
a harmed party. That's common law. You have a complaint. Complaints don't work. If you have a claim against somebody, you have to, in common law, have an injured party or a harmed party. If you don't,
Right now, we have no court systems. So the object of what we're trying to do is make it simple, make it easy for all people to understand. Part 1 to Part 8 is the Constitution. We put the laws in there to protect the people. They look at that, they like the laws, realizing these are very important laws. Bang. We get support of all the people and finally create a accountable government that's accountable to the people again. Make sense? So that's myself personally.
To use the term that
Let's work on that
everybody
one
familiar with.
direction, not one of the teams. Yes, you can. Yep.
Okay. Just from my personal experiences, I'm out there talking to people, and I bring up this term, natural law. The response I get is, yes, back to the original law. And I'm getting that from 90% of the people I'm talking to. So obviously people understand natural law. So whether it's called natural or common, the title doesn't matter. It's the body of the law that matters.
It's
the
common
body of the
to
law
the
that
people is what
So
matters.
understand. If I'm getting a reaction from common people out on the street, and I'm terming it natural law, and their response back to me is, yes, this is what we want. That's from 90% of the people I'm talking to. These are the common people in this city of Calgary. So somebody tell me that they don't understand what it means.
Well, you tell me, because if you use common law in their courts today, you win every time. If you try to use natural law, you'll be told that's the law of the jungle, get out of my court. And I have a number of people that have tried using natural law over the past 10 years, up to date, using natural law, and they get laughed out of court.
We're not playing their court system.
No, but I'm
We don't
telling
even
you, you have to understand what common law is and is not. And using the proper term, the correct term, is what they understand. And when we come to them and say, hey, get out of here, you're fired, this is no longer your position, this is common law, they know exactly what you're doing. And they walk away because they cannot defeat you.
But we're
They haven't
getting
been
a
able
new court system. It doesn't matter. We're starting our own new court system. So we can call
Yes.
it banana law.
That's
It doesn't
right.
matter. We are starting our own courts.
That's right.
Yeah.
We don't have a court system here.
But you can make your own.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're starting original for one reason.
Yeah,
Our
well,
courts are shut down up here. They're
Yeah.
not recognized. They're not
Creator's
recognized.
law is the only law. Creator's law is the only law. It's the supreme law on the planet. And if anybody wants to argue against it, go right ahead. I personally don't care because Creator's law trumps everything. There's nothing between you and the Creator. Everything else is down below. So why would you go against Creator's law natural law, common law, and use something that people have never heard of, sovereign law, or other types, name it whatever you want. If natural law is not connected to it, like common law is natural law, people are not going to understand it. It's going to be one heck of a road to try to get people to understand new terms. We're doing this, we're doing that, these guys are doing this. Creator's law is the supreme law. And clan mothers, I'm telling you right now, clan mothers are on board with Creator's law. Absolutely.
Well, the clan mothers, I have a 8,000-page document right now I'm going through. I'm only about 20% through it. And it's got all the hereditary chiefs from Shuswap, all of them signed off on it. And we are going to publish it here in the next few days. But they call it, what they call it is the 7 laws of the Great Spirit, which is the creator of what created. So we have to adapt those 7 laws, which I think those 7 laws will, if we put them in wording perfectly, everybody will say, yes, they make sense. So I'm hoping
Dallas, they're spiritual.
Yeah.
Dallas, they're spiritual. Common law, natural law, Creator's law. You can't get away from it. Every time anybody comes around with something different, it always comes back to spiritual and Creator's law. Always.
So that's what I'm trying to say, Dennis. So what I'm thinking is this.
And I agree with you 100%.
To bring everybody at the table together on one solution, all working on the same laws, we stick to what the hereditary chiefs want, and the clan mothers mostly, because they actually have the force that actually they are the so if we stick to those 7 laws they want, which I think we can put those 7 laws straight in, just natural law, common law, and the reason I think they said what they said was sovereign laws. So after these laws are written, these laws are written for the sovereigns to protect the sovereigns. Make sense?
Absolutely, they are. Absolutely.
So let's write that up and look at that.
They're the laws to protect the sovereign. They're not sovereign law. They are Creator's law to protect the sovereign, and that's what these 7 spiritual laws are. I agree with you.
That's
100%.
Right. 100%. So let's look at that. And every single person, doesn't matter where you're at in the corp of Turtle Island, or you want to call it North America, we take those and we can once I think we need to get the foundation. Everybody's gonna say, yes, I want those laws to protect me and my family and my property. And as soon as we launch that, all these children have been stolen from their parents. They are going to use that. And yes, I know that Angela Albright is out of commission right now, but she did send that gentleman from the United States up to work on those kidnapped children in British Columbia. They've been working on that for about a month. So we are using his skills, but there's thousands of other children that have been kidnapped. So we are right now, myself personally, on the edge of the cliff. And we need to fight back right now and get us all on one page. Right now, ASAP. So let's get this done. Within 2 weeks, we've got a lot of bright minds out there. They can put this together. That's going to make sense to make all people feel this is the best solution, where they're going to jump on it, and then we can start launching. I wish Shane would have stuck around a little bit longer here. We talk about Kevin and Annette a little bit. So I did meet with the First Nations. I did meet with Joe Thorne and many other West Coast hereditary chiefs or tribal. They call themselves not even chiefs anymore, tribal leaders. So they said if we have anything to do with Kevin and Annette, they will pull away from us in a heartbeat. He's a criminal. He's a fraud, etc., etc. So we need this published on our page. We are going to do a mass email this week. I'm trying to figure out how to place this. But we want nothing to do with him. That's all. Now, what's happening with supposedly in Parksville right now? We have numerous team members phoning me. But what's going on? They're a little concerned. I know that I talked to Val this morning, and she said that you guys are posted to get rid of him 100%.
Absolutely get rid of him 100%.
Okay, so
when I put the question to him 5 days ago, Dallas, what do you have in place to enforce your common law when people do not comply? I still have not got an answer back, and now we see what's happened.
I've been digging into him, so he's been following me around on my tour, every place I'm going. Now he is going to be. We're going to be doing a launch on him on some of his stuff. So let's work on that, guys. I mean, we're all in the same battle. We're all frustrated and we're all worried. I understand that, and we can get this done in no time at all. Charles, the teams down in the States, where are they right now? I can't hear you, Charles.
Thank you, Dallas. I was muted. I was giving an answer there, and nobody was hearing. We're suffering. We're trying to find our head. There's all kinds of gurus down here that are going off in different directions. I imagine you've heard about like Anna von Reitz and some of the others, Keith Livingway, John Deresh. There's numerous people going in different directions, and I can't help but think that they're similar to Kevin Annett up there in Canada. There's subversives. There's a lot of chips on the table here, and the evil empire is scheming to take them all, and they've got their sock puppet drones that are out here posturing as righteous patriots, and they're here to mislead us. So we got to do our homework.
Mm-hmm.
We got it.
Absolutely.
So, something that is pivotal in my research is the issue of in the ancient version of common law that 10 households make a township. Each of those heads of household were considered qualified electors. They had to have a good reputation in the community. There was vibes checking going on in the communities. And if you didn't fit in with the community, if you didn't harmonize and have an honorable reputation, then you were in essence a soft version of outlaw. And you weren't part of the community, you weren't a qualified elector, and if something happened to you, nobody cared because you're not an equal burden holder. You got to be responsible in these conferences. You got to be reasonable. And these are the issues, especially in light of the monumental significance of our common law tradition of trial by jury. That requires a unanimous verdict. The people have to come together to render their unanimous jury trial verdicts. They have to develop. Unanimity is even higher than consensus. I frequently talk in terms of consensus because that's a little bit lower. Unanimity means everybody agrees that either the accused is guilty and he deserves to be punished, or else that he's not guilty and he deserves to go free. There has to be unanimity on that point in the jury. Yeah, and I'd like to revisit that. There's been a lot of discussion in the conference here, and I respect everybody so far. That y'all seem like honorable people, but there's been a whole lot of talking about spending time and energy on figuring out what the law will be. Okay, we got to write down this law. We got to write down that law, sovereign law. We got to run it by the tribal mother chieftains. If we comprehend that in the moment of the jury trial in the local community, they decide what will be law to be applied to the accused and the person bringing the complaint. They will decide. The jury will decide what law will govern that court proceeding as the complaint is being brought forth in the court proceeding. And thereunder, all the time and energy being spent on writing beautiful worded constitutions and statutes and codes and things That's only advisory to the jury. The rubber meets the road with the local juries in the local communities. So I would respectfully suggest that don't abandon completely writing about laws, but throttle back on it and focus on establishing our own juries in our own local communities so that we can address the real world issues of the corruption in the municipal form of government that is all around us. That's Roman Empire model of government. If we get our jury trials going, we're converting back to the common law model of government, and we're displacing that Roman Empire top-down authoritarian model of government. So that's just, thank you. I yield. Others? Comments? Gentleman with the hand up there, go ahead.
Sorry, it took me a bit of time to get my mic unmuted.
Okay.
I agree with almost everything you say, Dennis. Well, yeah, I could say everything, but I want to discuss something with you about. All right, we're writing constitutions. We're creating republics. Without a law, whether it's constitutional law, natural law, or whatever, and I understand you're saying the juries will decide what law they're going to follow. But if that happens, right, each community or township or municipality, whatever, will be able to use whatever the law they want, whether it's common law, admiralty law, maritime law, UCC commercial law. There's so many darn laws out there that, most of us could get tired of shaking a stick at. So that's why I sort of changed the Ontario Constitution, the part of it about the sovereign's power is whatever, and included land, air, and water. Because without land, air, and water, you cannot have sovereignty, freedom, or anything, really. We are made up of 90% water. Without land, we have nowhere to stand. And without air, we can't breathe. That's natural law. And that's why I put that in there, so at least there'd be a little bit of natural law in the Constitution. However, I believe that we're writing the Constitution. The people are going to affirm whether they want to follow that Constitution or not. So I believe we should write right in there natural law. The Republic is going to follow natural law. A simple statement. That way, once the people, the sovereigns in every republic, affirm to that Constitution, from that day forth, they all know in every republic that the law that we are following and the grand juries are going to follow, and the law the republic is based on is natural law. That way, nobody can bring admiralty law into our courts. Nobody can bring a prostituted common law into our court. Nobody can bring in admiralty law. We will still have to have contract law, yes. But under natural law and contract law are two different birds. You understand what I say? And I'd like you to talk a little bit on that, Charles.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. The echo there. Yeah, mute. The contract law is different than natural law and common law. Common law is a tradition for responsibly self-governing communities that comes to us from England. I'm sure you know that. Contract law was brought in. It was grafted into English common law tradition with the Norman conquest of England in 1066 A.D. That's when contract law came in, and that's when everybody started getting mortgages on their land, and thereunder people could get kicked off of their land if they didn't pay their mortgages. See, under pure common law, you couldn't get kicked off of your land unless you committed a common law crime. See, there had to be a victim. There had to be malicious intent, mens rea, corpus delicti, things like that. But under contract law brought in something new, and that was part of what adulterated and watered down our common law rights, because now all of a sudden you got the king's agents out here kicking people off their property because they didn't get enough of the centrally planned currency to pay their debts on the promissory notes on the mortgage. That's a whole new system of law that breaches the peace of the common people. It's not harmonious with natural law. Contract law is not harmonious with natural law.
I agree. And that's part of the reason why I say we shouldn't even mention common law, stick with natural law. Because as you said, when they brought in UCC law and maritime law and admiralty law all into the common law system, they basically prostituted the common law system.
But if I might, our local juries will decide what's real common law. It don't matter what those goofballs did with the UCC and adulterating things. Our jurors are here to secure natural justice for our common people in response to the complaint, then before the court. And they don't have to consider any of the Uniform Commercial Code or Admiralty Law or anything else that's coming at us from the evil empire. All they got to worry about is doing right before God and between the complaining party and the accused criminal. That makes it real simple.
I'm going to interject for a minute.
Yeah. Dallas?
Okay. I would like everybody to review and read what Elizabeth and I have done, and come back and give us your opinion.
Yeah, I would like to get copies of the documents. Yeah, I haven't seen your documents there, Dallas.
And I think what we wrote explains it very clear and very concise of what we're doing. And I think
can you guys? Okay, can you send me web links or PDF copies by email?
We'll have to get Elizabeth to do that.
Okay, that sounds good.
If I can just make one comment, then I have to run.
Sure.
So, because common law is creator's law, which gives you the right to do anything you want, as long as you do no harm to anybody else, the right to contract is also one of those rights. So, if you don't have that included in common law, you don't have the right to do it. But because you have the right to do anything you want in common law, as long as you do no harm to anybody, contract law is included in that. And so if you had a farm and I came to you and said, I want to buy your duck eggs, I want to buy 3 dozen a week. I don't want them processed. I don't want them in the supermarket. I want to buy them from you direct. The government, any government, has absolutely no right to interfere in that contract because that is our right contract with each other. Nobody can interfere with it. The only people that can change is you and I. That's common law.
I'm not sure it's common law, but we certainly got that right, and we agree that those kind of activities should be allowed. Yes.
Thank you.
Back, and I think you guys are all old enough to remember this. Because I remember growing up watching people make contracts with a handshake and a promise to abide by their contract with handshake.
Absolutely.
It wasn't
handshake. Yep.
Took over, okay, and decided your contract law needs 100 pages to make a deal.
So, Dwight, Potvin doesn't have a hell of a time trying to get in. So, Potvin, did you make it in? Fred?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're in. I can hear you, yes. You got your mic on?
Okay. That means I'm in.
So we're going to give you a quick rundown what's going on real quick here, 5 minutes. Now, Fred Potvin and the whole team of Sovereigns have been working behind the scenes very hard for a lot of years. So we need to bring the people that actually have fought in courts, the common law courts, the court systems, et cetera, et cetera. So right now we're trying to figure out, we're so close to having the Constitution completed, but we want to set up the laws for the 7 laws of the Turtle Island of the Clan Mothers. They want those adapted into it, which is the same as natural law, spiritual law, and natural law, the Creator law. They want those laws put in, and they'll agree with the Constitution. They want those laws in there. We can all, I said yes. I think we're all going to adapt those laws anyway. So they're great. So now we're stuck with how can we adapt that to the people, make them understand that the 7 laws of the Clan Mothers of Turtle Island, that the Creator, these are the laws of natural laws, that the natural laws are going to progress to what we all feel eventually will be the sovereign laws to protect all the sovereigns. So we're trying to put it in a mannerism so it works for everybody to understand that. So that's where we're at right now, Knut. So we've listened to Dennis has been in, quite a few people have been talking. So I'll let Dennis talk for a couple seconds to give you a brief description of what he had to say. Dennis, take about 3 or 4 minutes, and then go on to Eric just to get Knut up to speed. Is that possible, everybody, to go along with that?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So we'll let Dennis go. Then we'll let Dwight say something, and then we'll let other members come in and just start talking, right? And then make a brief description, 3 or 4 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. Keep it short. So then Dennis, eventually Potvin can be up to speed where we're at, and then he can give you what he knows for his knowledge with his team that's been working on this. I mean, trust me, these guys have been working on sovereignty for a long time, and we're going to bring a lot of people in that know the laws and sovereignty and common law, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, the floor is yours, Chris, please. Dennis.
Dennis, you got your mute on? Dennis?
Didn't Dennis leave?
I think Dennis had to pop out. He had other things to attend to. So.
Okay. Dallas, who were you saying would be second in line here?
I believe you said Dennis, and then I'm hoping it's not me, because I
think it is you.
Okay, well, you better stick somebody in front of me, because I probably won't be available to say what I know until 7, and I think James knows probably as much, if not more than me. Just FYI.
There's
Okay.
James on the call. Oh, you're waiting for James. I see.
Well, well, we've got a little bit of dead air here. Maybe after people get their affairs more in order, I'd like to kind of touch on the issue of, I think we're accomplishing some real good work here. Would it be good to plan on trying to do conferences like these weekly, this time Tuesday evenings? Is that a good idea, or what do y'all think?
Tuesday evenings would be good with me, for what it's worth. That's Fred talking. This guy right here, seeing.
I think if it helps us to be able to put this together in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because this is very important to get this right, so it doesn't get hijacked.
Yeah.
The more we know,
Yeah, I think similar to what. Go ahead.
But if it's a meeting for the sake of a meeting, I say no. I've been to too many of those. But if we have purpose, definitely.
Right on. Yeah, we got. See, this is a lesson learned from jury trials. It is that you got a purpose. You got to decide whether or not the criminal complaint before the court is true or false. That's a purpose that we can accomplish. That's a realistic goal that can be achieved if we keep focused on the evidence that's being presented before the court. And so I like to think that it takes humble people coming together to build consensus. The people that are control freaks, they don't make good jurors. They like to boss people around. You got to be humble and float propositions in respectful tones that don't piss other people off.
Yep.
You know, it's real easy to start picking fights with people just because they aren't thinking your way. And maybe they're just looking at it from a different angle and they're choosing their words poorly. Frequently, if you look at those kind of things and try to put it in a light that's more friendly to your beliefs, then you can start building consensus, and everybody can end up being happy and with the end product that you come out with. But it's so easy to start getting adversarial here. In fact, that's how the whole de facto Roman Empire municipal courtroom system works, is adversarial process. Real common law process is inquisitorial in a good sense of the word. The jurors in old and Anglo-Saxon times were witnesses. They went out in the community and they asked about both the reputation of the accused and the accuser. And they come back to the court, and once 12 of them finally agreed, that was your jury verdict right there. It was, and I'd like to point out, there's a phrase called organic law. That's what real if you look up the Black's Law Dictionary and stuff, constitutional law and organic law technically mean the same thing. And of course, constitutional law has been perverted by establishing Roman Empire municipal forms of government that are not organic because they're top-down and are authoritarian. But the grassroots organic common law that's based on Bible Torah law, that it goes back to Exodus 18, where Moses and his father-in-law was telling Moses that you can't judge all the cases for the entire nation of Israel. You're going to kill yourself. You got to appoint captains over smaller communities of tens and fifties and hundreds and thousands. And you let them decide the small cases, and they'll pass up to you the harder, difficult cases. And so it's all decentralized down to the grassroots, and that's a common, that Blackstone said that the common law of England is based upon the Bible law, Torah laws of Israel, and a common law county is 1,000 people. The county sheriff is supposed to be a judicial officer also, and he's supposed to have 1,000-man posse comitatus and 1,000 qualified electors in his county. It's not supposed to be bigger than that. It's not supposed to be smaller than that. And at the precinct level, it's 100 court. That's what's in the USA called a justice of the peace, judicial officer. And at the township level of 10 households, that's the town constable. He's got the right to pack the gun and the badge and arrest anybody that's messing around in his local township community. And he's at the call of the precinct captain and the county sheriff, too, to organize posse comitatus. We need to be talking about posse comitatus. That's real empowerment. And so I threw a lot there, but there's some deeper history there that the biblical Torah laws of Israel are part of the common law tradition. And if we understand, comprehend, better word, that the common law tradition is derived from unanimous verdicts of juries. That's how the real basic issues of common law due process have been arrived at, is unanimous verdicts of juries. 12 people come together just as headstrong as any of us in this group, and they all kind of agreed that, okay, yeah, we all ought to be able to agree on this because it produces justice and righteousness and honorable government before God. And thereunder, everybody's got peace, and that's all we're looking for.
Yep.
So I yield there. Yeah.
Okay,
quite a rant.
I agree with what you said, Charles. I just like to mention, I can hear you good. I can hear Dallas. I don't know how I'm coming across. Dwight, when you speak, I can't barely hear you. And Chris, I can barely hear you. I don't know if you need to turn up your mics, or I don't know if it's just my system or what.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, Ed.
Okay, can we get Potman to talk?
Okay, so are we going to get Potman now, or?
Didn't he say 7 o'clock or something?
I can't hear you, Chris.
Can anyone else hear me? I think I'm unmuted.
I hear you.
Well, no, I can barely hear you. I can hear you, but just barely. Like, Charles is much louder. Dallas, well, he's loud. I don't know how I'm coming across. Don't go there, Chris.
Can you hear me now? I don't know which mic I'm using. That's the problem. I didn't have a chance to
Is Mr. Potman still in the room?
Mr. Who?
Scotty.
Yeah.
Fred.
If I may.
Fred, talk now.
If I might, somebody from my group here has joined from New York. Scotty, Scotty, some good discussions going on. Would you like to say something briefly there?
I can't get.
I want to say hello to everybody, but
mostly
mostly I don't know.
My mic. So I don't know how to change my mic. On Zoom, I'm always on my on this mic, but here it's using the computer one, so I can't change it.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
And my microphone's pretty low, so you can hear me. Can you people please identify? If I may.
No name on it.
Oh wait, it's just I don't know who the heck is talking. Can you please identify yourself when you speak?
Scotty.
Yo.
You're
echoing, Charles.
We've got some feedback loop. Somebody needs to mute.
I'll mute.
Mute the background.
might be coming from Dallas. Is Dallas in the same room as you, Ed?
In the same room?
No, it's good.
His phone is muted, so his phone is muted, so is my computer. Everybody here that's with.
No, Ed, it wasn't muted. He just muted it now.
Okay.
If I may, Scotty, New York.
Go ahead, Scotty.
2 questions, and actually 3 questions. One, can you please identify yourself when you're speaking? I'm not able to follow who's who. The guy that said Dallas left, I thought was Dallas. 2 questions though. One man mentioned about George Washington was the 7th president. Who was that said that? That was back in the beginning. And whoever that is with the paperwork sounded interesting. I'd like to see that too. And I yield there. Please identify yourself when you're speaking. I don't know any of you except for the 3 of you. And I can't figure who's saying what. Okay, please just have the courtesy to announce who you are before you speak. Thank you. I yield.
This is Ed Rivers out of BC. It was Dallas that was talking about that, and he said the 9th.
Okay.
I thought it was Chris that said good night. Oh, you're Chris. I could see you on camera shaking your head. Okay, so you're Chris. Okay. You look a lot like somebody I used to know years ago, brother. Boy, memories. But anyway, yeah, it's an amazing call. I don't want to interfere. I just was confused. I didn't know who was saying what. I'm trying to figure who, because a lot of people said some great stuff.
Okay. Okay, Mike then.
All right, I yield.
Okay, so I'm talking to this gentleman from New York.
Yeah, Scotty.
Dallas.
Yeah.
So Scotty, yes. The first president was John Hanson. There's 8 presidents. Before the 9th president was George Washington. They had 1-year terms. That was the Confederation of the beginning of the true republics, before the republics were hijacked. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and to a little redundancy there, that was under the Articles of Confederation, right, Dallas?
Yep. Yeah, they designed them for 1-year terms for Congress, and they were true republics. And when people say republics, we have to be very careful, because we all know the United States are not republics. They've been squashed many years ago. We can go back to, even before 1913, Jekyll Island. And then they brought the Magna Carta, and that was when George Washington brought the Magna Carta, and that's where they could bring the taxation in through the Magna Carta. So that was the bottom line. So, I mean, that's the history. So what I'm trying to educate the sovereigns is this, is that we have a choice how to truly govern ourselves. So we want to bring in the clan mothers, which are the hereditary ownership of Turtle Island. Now, I just finished working on the recce with Queen Victoria bargain. Decus, sorry, in 1865, it was 1835. So right now I'm working with a whole many great hereditary chiefs and clan mothers. So I'm going through, it's quite in depth I'm going through, but I feel it's very important if we pass this, this is also going to protect all the sovereigns. That's New York for you, lots of sirens. So,
No,
Scotty, that's your name, I guess?
Charles, we don't hear sirens. We just hear gunshots here, brother.
I know. I've been to New York a few times.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that was here in Texas.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dallas.
So what we're feeling is very important. So we have a lot of sovereigns. Knut is in here. So I'm hoping Knut is going to speak in a little bit here. We have a few other sovereigns that have been doing this for 35, 40 years. We're going to use the best sovereigns to teach the rest why it's so important that we get the natural law of the 7 laws adopted. I think if we put that in a mannerism, that will make all the clan mothers from, it doesn't matter, even the clan mothers in South Dakota, whatever, right? It's going to benefit them all. The same laws, it's the creator laws, right? So we do that, we're laughing. And I think we can adopt that. We're talking about common law, and, you know, if you've been studying common law for years, common law was natural law, which was the common law to protect the man, right? From the imperialists or whatever, right? It got hijacked right back when Saxon took it over, and then when Saxon took it over, Roman Empire also at the same time were using the same 2 laws, right back to Prussia, right back to Britannia, and you can go back that far. Eventually that's where Britannia broke away from the Roman Empire, which supposedly collapsed the empire, but the Roman Empire never collapsed. Babylon still lives. We all know that. It's the Vatican, right? So we have to be very careful with the admiral law of the common law. We stick with natural law. People have been brainwashed for the last 40 years about the common law, common law, common law. And they think it's right, but it's not right. Because it does not give the power to the people. It's a control mechanism which will put us back into admiral law. And I don't see how I can explain it, so I'm hoping this week that the teams that are working behind the scenes right now, putting it all together in layman terms, and then we'll do a definition page on it. But I think we have to come to a compromise right away, ASAP. And I don't care what name we pick, but I believe if we stick to what the Creator created was natural laws to protect all man and woman, or woman and man, put that in, wow, we win. No one's going to deny that. No one's going to deny the fact that the resources belong to the people. Now, the biggest thing we have right now is the currency problem. If we get the laws up, though people will like that, and then we can move forward to the next step, right? So, I mean, that's why we're here. I mean, Coeur d'Alene boys are all looking at what we're doing up here, too. That's in Idaho and Montana. We know Northern California is already way up in advancement on what we're trying to do. So if we get all the republics on board, I know there's a lot of republics right now that are not even close to being republics anymore. They're totally hijacked. But we do have 5 at least republics left. We have Indiana, Kentucky, Arizona. Arizona is definitely 100% behind what we're doing. So Northern California, and we got Montana and Idaho, but we need to spread the message quicker. I mean, even in the corporation of this thing called Canada, we do have a very good strength in most of British Columbia, and Alberta will be okay, Saskatchewan and Manitoba. We're going to have some real issues in Ontario. We'll get Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and the PEI. They'll go along with it, especially with Roy Goose now with Northern Territories, and the Yukon for sure. And Alaska, I think, very successful. Now with Hawaii and Alaska filing the 14th Amendment to leave the United States of the District of Columbia and go back to a republic, and especially Hawaii was brought in, not even brought into a republic, they were brought into a more of a takeover, right? So if Hawaii fights back, we all do the same thing, we can set a message to the world. So we have to come to a common compromise. Let's get the Constitution done. ASAP, get it up to the people. We start an affirmation of it. We put up the 7 laws, natural laws. The Creator created 7 laws to protect all the man and women. And then we can have our, not juries, grand juries. We don't want juries. Now, in the corporation of de facto illegal thing called Canada, we never have a grand jury. We always have one judge presiding, which is a Mason. So it's already hijacked. You can't fight them in their courtroom because they own it and they're not going to allow you to win. They'll give you a stay. What a stay means? It means we're going to put you out the door and that's all you get.
If I might, Dallas, that's criminal obstruction of justice when the judges do that?
Okay, you have to remember one thing, my friend from New York. You have laws. You have a foundation of a thing called a constitution. Canada does not have a constitution. Canada is a corporation owned by the Vatican. There's never been a constitution ratified by the people in anybody called Canada. Canada does not exist. There's no federation papers. So we do not have any laws up here. You have laws in the Corporation of the United States because you do have your Bill of Rights. You do have the fundamentals of a constitution that was adopted, 1776. You had the foundation of a constitution that was brought in by the 13 colonies. And those were adopted as a constitution. It says, we the people, and they hijacked that. We know that. In the Corporation of Canada, we have no constitution, we have no rights, we have no freedoms. Even the Charter of Rights does not represent us. Charter of Rights was created in 1982 for the Charter to protect the corporation of the Crown Corporation, which is owned by the Vatican. So in the corporation, we don't have that justice, trust me. If you go into a courtroom here and you try to tell them what to do and tell them to follow the laws, you'll be in jail for 10 to 12 years and they'll never see you again. You've got to remember, we are not the same as the republics. Does that make sense?
Well, I believe our situation here in the States is probably close to as bad as anything you got there in Canada. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between us.
Well, you do have a lot more difference than us because you do have a principle. You look at every court case we've ever looked at. I've read lots of them. So you have all your court cases. Doesn't matter if you look at Smith's court cases. They've won on constitutional events, right?
Well,
so you do have more than we. You have way more than we do. Yes, you've been hijacked. Yes, you're being usurped by the Vatican, the same people. But you do have some laws. I mean, in the Corporation of Canada, in the Corporation of Canada, before you guys passed the Patriots Act under Bush and Cheney, when the Patriots Act was pushed, they removed your, before you need a search warrant. In Canada, they've never ever needed a search warrant to search your house.
Yeah, I know it's bad. I know it's bad, and you don't have any.
So we have two different playing fields. We are under a regime. You at least they have to do some type of legal aspect before they can search your house or seize your car. In the Corporation of Canada, they can seize whatever they want. They can steal your house for many different reasons. So when people use laws in the United States for winning court cases, yes, because you do have some basic of the Supreme Court of the United States that has to follow due process. In the Corporation of Canada, they don't have to follow due process. Does that make sense?
Well, I comprehend your words, but as a matter of law, in Anglo-American, all Anglo-American communities are obligated to consider common law tradition as higher law, and when they obstruct common law due process, they are committing crimes. Okay, and sure, they got a bigger, nastier conspiracy going to give them color of legitimacy and terrorize the common people than we do down here in the States. I'll give you that. But they're still just the same, just a different group of criminals, same type of criminals as we got down here in the States, and we got to be talking about laying a foundation for forcing them out of their public offices. Those are the public offices that are supposed to be accountable to the people. Under common law, they are accountable to the people. And if we're going to talk about bringing back common law and natural law, we are going to need to confront those evil people. And the most powerful way of doing that is with our own common law jury verdict.
Well, that's what
Okay,
we're going to do. So we're going to put
all
it
right.
together. It's going to be a grand jury, not a jury. So it's going to be a grand jury.
Can we focus on that a bit? That's a real stickler for me. What is your problem with trial juries?
Because right now, we have never had a trial jury.
You form your own.
Seriously. No, we never have one.
Seriously, you form your own.
That's what we're going to do. It's going to be called a grand jury. So there'll be, I think they're going to pick 13 on a grand jury.
No. With all due respect, you don't comprehend common law trial jury process, sir.
Okay. Well, the reason we would pick 13 on a grand jury up here, because a lot of people up here are not really well aware of laws. So it would take a few people to sit down and look at what guilty or innocent, did he harm another, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to take a long process up here. Up here, they've been every jury, or you want to call it, they're not even juries. Even here's an example. Here's an example. In 1993, there was a court jury where the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Military Police Force, beat up a man, about 9 or 10 of them, with their billy clubs, and they had to go to court. They had a jury, and the jury found the man innocent and them all guilty. The judge overruled the jury. That's our system up here.
Well, that's the present corrupted system. We're trying to build something better, sir.
Well, I know that. So, like I said, we're all here to learn from each other and build something better, right?
Yeah.
Amen.
Hey, have y'all read Lysander Spooner's essay on trial by jury?
Who's that?
Amen, sovereigns.
What was that name again, Charles?
Lysander Spooner.
Evander.
So did you
Spooner?
Spooner?
Yes.
Spooner.
Correct. It's available in PDF on the internet. Essay on trial by jury, and he wrote right near 1850 or so, near the Civil War, but municipal war. It was profound. It was one of my first books that I read, and he shows clearly that the battle between liberty and tyranny boils down to the right to jury trial in common law tradition.
Okay, well, what we did was we're doing this thing. It's going to be a jury by trial, but it's going to be called a grand jury. So the way we set it up here right now, it's going to be picked by anonymous people in their local areas for minor crimes. If it's a federal crime, then we have the prop. You got to remember, BC is huge, and so is Alberta, Saskatchewan. But they're huge. They're huge provinces. Okay, so we broke them into counties. So in Alberta, it was 223 counties. BC is bigger than Alberta. I'll give you an example. Alberta goes from Italy to past Switzerland in height. Okay? It engulfs. It's a huge nation, trust me. I don't think people realize how big the corporation of Canada really is. It's staggering. Staggering. So we would have we broke it up to 223. We broke Alberta up in, I think, 12 regions. So if it was a grand jury, there'll be local for municipal crimes on a minor offense. It would be handled locally, but the person that's being convicted is innocent until proven guilty, and he can choose at any time to bring in 12 of the 11 of the other regional areas to come in that are unbiased, unknowing to him, to listen to what he has to say. If it's a federal crime, that means pedophile, rape, murder, any serious criminal offense, then the grand jury's larger. They sit down and listen to it. But we're open to all options, and the reason we chose to go with grand juries, because the people up here think a jury is one judge deciding all. We're trying to say, no, a grand jury means there'll be anonymous people that can listen to their both sides of the story. Does that make sense?
Well, Dallas, I don't think I'd go so far as to say the people think that, but in actual practice, it usually is just a judge, or not even either a judge or a master making the decisions and orders. And in some cases, like with Chief Associate Justice John D. Rook in Meads versus Meads, he just made the whole thing up and then published it like it was an actual case. And we have this on first-hand information from Dennis Meads himself.
Yeah, that's good. So Paul, you want to tell him who you are a little bit? You want to let Paul introduce himself a little bit, what his background is?
You want to know what my background is? Here it is. There, is that enough?
Okay, Fred. That's enough of that, yeah. Let's get to back to common law, courts, etc. So get a little background. What we've been doing. I'm going to kill my mic and let Potvin have the floor for a couple of minutes. He came in, and I'm going to kill my mic. So the floor is yours, Potvin.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm sure my story is like anybody's. The only reason I'm here is because I had interactions with the system and discovered that this is not what we have been programmed to think it is. Towards that end, a large, well, it seems to be getting smaller, a group along with me, of which James Knutson, are you here? Oh, he's not here. Wow. Anyway,
he'll be in a little bit here. I'll get him in. Don't worry. So,
a lot of us have been working for a long time, and I'm sure some of you share this, on not necessarily what this group is about, getting Canada back, but many of us have been working on a way to get out of this system with our estate, which has multiple millions of dollars in it at least, getting out with our estate intact. And towards that end, I've done a great deal of paperwork. I've been to court 20 times now, 16 times. In spite of my evidence they found against me, the last 4 times, I actually am kind of proud that I made Master Prowse and Master Robertson run out of the courtroom so fast in Prowse's case that the bailiff didn't even have time to stand up and say, "All rise." So I'm working on getting. Well, several of us have been working on getting control of the estate and getting out. And 2 of us, one has actually gotten out with a large portion of his Sescovate trust, and his circumstances financially changed virtually within the week, like ridiculously. The other one of us was in the process of filing paperwork when this COVID thing started, and since we were depending on the courts being open, the whole process has been kind of stalled. And I think it was deliberate. It was around the same time. It was around the same time as most of you remember Donna Paroli, I guess. And it was at the same time as she was trying to file her paperwork showing that Canada didn't exist. It was the same day they shut down they shut down the courts that morning. So, but I know as much as most of you. I know that Canada doesn't exist. As much as I admire Rocco Bellotti for finally suing Canada for this COVID fraud, he's suing them based on the Constitution, and we all know here, I believe, that the Constitution is just as much of a fraud as
can I
itself.
Can I applaud you for a second? So, just for a second, you can come back, sir. Okay, just for a second. So, we all know we tried with Lindsay in the Constitution of BNA Act, Indian Act. He says he's a constitutional lawyer. He's not a constitutional lawyer. He's a bar lawyer owned by the Crown. He lost the case. I have not seen one case that he has ever won on anything against the Act of Parliament. He's not won any case against the Act of Parliament. Yeah, Roca Galita, yeah. Same thing. So even though we may win, pardon me?
May I interject for a minute?
Well, I'll finish up here. We'll have to say Dwight, then you can have talk about that. So we have had many sovereigns beat them in court, get their black card, never hear a word from them. The New World Order does not give a care about what you win in court right now. They have shut the courtrooms down. You look at the Donna Ferrari court case, filed January 26th, to produce the Federation Papers. They had a deadline. They couldn't produce them. We actually asked them to produce the Canadian Constitution. They couldn't produce it. They knew they were running out of time. The people are waking up. So now, we all have to come together, because nobody's going to get any UIC, and you can call it what you call it. We're not going to. They're not reopening up any court cases. They're not. They know they've lost every court case in common law or natural law, as I call it, the same thing. We need to come together on a solution. The Constitution, how we want to govern ourselves, we move forward. All the sovereigns get together and help teach the others that aren't sovereign up to a certain degree of education. If we're all teaching the same thing, we will win. Our in-depth education on this is very important. How do we get out of the sandbox? We create the Constitution how we want to govern ourselves. It's lawful. Done. We get our courts up. Let's come to a conclusion. All of us work together in getting this done ASAP so we can start holding our, like the gentleman said in New York, our juries. We can look at what he says. Dwight's taken down that information that you said there, Sir Scotty. We'll look at that. And then let's put our minds together and build a solution together right away, ASAP, that we all look at and present this to all the other people. And they're all going to say, yes, I want this, I want this, I want this. We get this done lawfully as fast as possible. So I yield the floor to Dwight.
Okay, I just want to give a personal experience to you of what I have dealt with the court system. And maybe that'll show you how corrupt it actually was. I'm a legal assistant. I went back to school, became a legal assistant at 47. The last thing the lawyer that was teaching our class is a lawyer for 25, 30 years. The last thing she told me, and she told me aside privately to say this to me, she said, Dwight, remember one thing about our court system. It's not about justice. It's about money. That was at 47. At 52,
that's the truth.
Hang on. At 52, I had 10 young punks invade my home. I went after them, and I demolished those 10 young punks. But I was the one that was charged with vigilantism for protecting my home. When I hired my lawyer, I hired one of the best lawyers supposedly in Calgary. It cost me $10,000 to represent me. And when I went to court, they did not give me an option of a jury. I stood in front of a judge. I did not get an option to voice my case at all. My lawyer did the negotiating between him and the Crown prosecutor before I even entered that courtroom, and got it down the one minor lesser criminal offense. I have a criminal record because of that. And it cost me $11,000 to get off of spending 15 years in jail, automatic. So we have one of the most corrupted court systems up here. It will not recognize juries at all. I yield back.
Thank you. If I might jump in on that, Charles here from Texas. The problem of the corrupted judicial officers not recognizing juries, that is a problem that the solution is not to back off from our jury trial process, because the jury trial process produces our legitimacy under natural law. And if we back off on our legitimacy under natural law from the jury trial process, then we're reduced to begging for privileges.
That's right.
Thank you. And this is why the so-called grand jury thing in the States here, that is a device that is used to give color of legitimacy to the monopoly on prosecuting criminal complaints by district attorneys and attorney general. I dare suggest in the more perfect type of constitutional organic government that we're trying to engineer here, that we need to take that monopoly over criminal prosecutions away from district attorneys and attorney generals and put it in the hands of the common people at the grassroots, so anybody at the grassroots can bring a criminal complaint against the corrupted public servant or anybody, and then it goes straight to the trial jury without any unnecessary distraction of going through a grand jury process. The grand jury, okay, the grand jury has traditionally not been allowed to render a verdict or a conviction of anybody. It's only a trial jury that can render a jury verdict and actually convict somebody. And that's the end of the jury, the due process of law under common law. And that's a final verdict when you've got a trial jury verdict. Grand juries are not capable of producing final verdicts. We need to be serious about concluding our judicial process from our local sovereign jurisdictions, wrap it up in a package, and then give our peace officer constables warrants to arrest the people that are destroying our nations like they're doing. And certainly there's potentials for it to get nasty, ugly physical battle conflicts there. But there's no way around it. They're coming against us all the time anyway. They're killing us and taking our property without due process of law. And unless we talk about real issues to get us to the point where our town constables, peace officers, and posse comitatus are authorized to fight back against these powerful criminal conspirators, then we're just blowing smoke. We're throwing marshmallows at them. We got to be serious about this spiritual conflict we're in, fellas, gentlemen,
Yep.
ladies. Thank you. I yield.
Nice work, man.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dallas, I really would like to look at your documents, because I can't help but think that maybe there's opportunities for me to insert some of my ideas about trial by jury as just as suggested additions to the documents you guys are working out.
100%, sir. We're going to work on this, Charles. I mean, this is why we're here. So, I mean, we're going to bring us all together. We're no different from the north to the south, my friend. We all came from the same tribe.
Yeah,
we're human beings. And guess what? It's time for us to come together.
Yeah. Hey, Footnote: I was born and raised in Alaska, so I'm real acquainted with those northern climates and the thin populations with lots of land and cold. I'm real familiar with all that.
Well, FYI, my American friend, not everybody in Canada is familiar with cold. Most of the navel gazers in the lower mainland of BC have no clue what it's like to actually ski.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
at least weather-wise.
Yeah. We've covered a lot of ground here. And I'm up to talking for a long time if you guys feel like it. But I kind of like to see if we can develop consensus on important points, because, again, we need to consider constitutional law as organic law. It needs to be involving the people in a consensus-building manner, like a jury trial. They got to have a unanimous verdict. Go ahead.
Dallas, would you care to send him a copy of the latest incarnation of the Constitution?
Dax?
Oh, where'd he go?
Are we there? Yeah. You there?
Dallas, can you hear me? I think he's lost his mic for a minute or something.
Maybe he dropped his phone connection. Dallas, are you muted or something? We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm here. Is there a screen share on this? I can get
Okay.
Ed Rivers. I can get Chris Hare, somebody else to bring up a screen share. Is there a screen share on this thing? We can bring up part 1 to 8 of the Constitution, or I can get if Dwight can bring it up, or anybody else. I know it was refreshed today from part 1 to 8.
Darcy,
I'm not
like
able
Can
to.
Darcy bring it up?
It doesn't look like
It has to be the Alberta Constitution.
it doesn't
Is there a
look
screen
like
share on this?
No.
Darcy,
Doesn't look
Darcy?
Yeah.
Okay, Darcy, can you go to the Alberta Constitution? It should be a brand new adopted today, and we'll all be quiet. I'll let Darcy read it off. I'm on a phone, so. Is that fine?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give the floor to Darcy.
Give me a minute. I gotta go get it. You guys talk, and I'll be right back.
All right.
You haven't got a minute, buddy. You got 30 seconds. I'm just teasing.
A little bit of military discipline there.
Did a bit of a taskmaster.
Just to go back to what I was saying earlier. When I
You should have been ready, Darcy. You should have it there already.
Yeah, but just to let you
That's
know,
Ed
Charles,
Rivers from BC.
Charles, it's Dwight here.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, when I went through that situation, I was not even given the opportunity to have a say. But what I do know is the judge gave the Crown absolute hell for the way they presented it. But he still charged me and convicted me.
Are you there?
Yep.
I guess I didn't hear your last sentence.
I say, during my court case, when my lawyer met me at the court doors, first thing he said to me, do not speak. You stand in front of that trial judge, and I will do the talking. You will not say one word. They did not give me an opportunity to defend myself in any which way. The deal was made without my consent.
Right.
I wanted a jury trial. They did not give me the opportunity for a jury trial.
Right. I dare suggest you would have been better off if you hadn't hired a lawyer.
Probably.
Okay, again, I'll say this to you out loud. They'll never allow you to play in the corporation of illegal, unlawful thing called Canada Corp. They will not ever step down. We have to start our own courts. Then they're accountable to us.
Yeah,
That's
and at that point we can take our court verdicts into their courts, and our courts are following. That was awful garbled.
Okay, Darcy here. I got the Alberta Constitution up. You guys ready for me to read through it? Hopefully I don't butcher it too bad. Everybody cool with that?
Go for it, Duke.
Okay. I'm just reading the parts, yeah? Confirmation?
Go for it.
Okay, part 1. The Republic of Alberta is an independent republic nation wherein the sovereign are the source of all powers. Life, liberty, prosperity, property, and land are the sovereign's unalienable rights. Sovereign money is issued by our Treasury Fund as sovereign nation with its own currency. Part 2. Sovereign unalienable rights. Sovereigns are adopting the Creator's natural sovereign laws. The laws cannot harm the sovereign's unalienable rights. These unalienable rights protect the sovereigns. Unalienable rights. Unalienable. The state of a thing or right which cannot be sold or taken by force. Things that are not in commerce as public roads are in their nature unalienable. Some things are unalienable in consequence of particular provisions in the law forbidding their...
Is that the Alberta Constitution?
That's the Alberta one, updated August 31st, 2020. Do you want me to continue?
I was actually liking it so far.
Okay. Let me start that sentence over again. Things that are not in commerce as public roads are in their natural unalienable... Oh my god. Okay, that's worded a bit weird. Let me try that again. Things that are not in commerce as public roads are in their nature unalienable. Some things are unalienable in consequence of particular provisions in the law forbidding their sale or transfer, as pensions granted by the government. The natural rights of life and liberty are unalienable. Bouvier's, I can't pronounce that. Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856 edition. Unalienable, incapable of being alienated, that is, sold or transferred. Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, page 1523. You cannot surrender, sell, or transfer unalienable rights. They are a gift from the Creator to the individual and cannot, under any circumstance, be surrendered or taken. All sovereigns have unalienable rights. All sovereigns are held equal before natural sovereign law, with due regard to differences in physical and mental capacity. Part 3. No income taxes. Any such tax is considered unlawful and unconstitutional to all sovereigns in the Republic of Alberta. A. No man or woman can be taxed for their labor. Part 4. The Republic of Alberta recognizes spiritual beliefs as an unalienable right. A. Your own spiritual beliefs may be practiced and preached. A. Subsection Part 1, or Subsection 1. It cannot interfere, harm, or infringe on others or the property of others. Subsection 2. All sovereigns will treat others with lawful and moral consideration. Subsection 3. All spiritual beliefs will never be able to interfere in any way or change the lawful rights of any sovereign, at present or in the future in the Republic of Alberta. Subsection 4. All forms of churches are fully transparent and fully accessible to all sovereigns. Subsection 4A. The Republic of Alberta will not fund any spiritual beliefs or ideologies. They will have to be funded by their members or followers. Subsection 4B. In the Republic of Alberta, all international funding is unlawful for any spiritual beliefs or ideologies. Part 5. Freedom of speech. This written constitution guarantees under natural sovereign law that everyone has the right to freely choose, speak, and assemble in nonviolent protests. Okay, period. That's, I think, an incomplete sentence, but whatever. The sovereigns swear to oppose all forms of discrimination. These principles are enforced by freely hired employees, administrators, of the Republic of Alberta, with full control to enforce natural sovereign law of the land of the Republic of Alberta. The will of the sovereign will always be above the Republic of Alberta Constitution. Upholding and protecting that will is the ultimate objective of every organ and function of the Constitution and the sovereign. Part 6. The right to bear arms. Sovereigns' rights to keep and bear arms and possess weapons, arms, for their defense is the sovereign's unalienable right. A. The right of the sovereigns to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon by any sovereign or nation. B. Proportional response self-defense law requires the response to match the level of the threat in question. In other words, a person can only employ as much force as required to remove the threat. If the threat invokes deadly force, the person defending themselves or others can use deadly force to counter-react the threat. Part 7. Treason. Treason is the crime of betraying one's nation, especially by attempting to overthrow the Republic of Alberta. The Republic of Alberta and its sovereigns will not tolerate treason in any way, shape, or form. Attempts by force of arms or any violent or other means to overthrow the organs of the administration of the Republic of Alberta and any involvement in treasonous acts will cause all perpetrators to face a grand jury. Sorry, guys. Part 8, voting. Part 1 to 8 is protected. Okay, sorry. Part 1 to 8 is the protective measures in place to guarantee the sovereigns are the final decision makers and they can only be changed by 100% of the sovereigns, not a majority. Any attempt to any amendment to an article will require 75% of the sovereign votes. County voting, one sovereign, one vote, yes or no, hire or not hire, fire or not fire. Sovereign, 75%. Regional, one county, one seat, yes or no, hire or fire, fire or not fire, 70% sovereign vote. National vote, one county, one seat, one region, one seat. Hire or not hire, fire or not fire, sovereigns vote 75%. All outcomes will be posted for all to see. Mail-in voting in the Republic of... All outcomes will be posted for all to see mail-in voting in the Republic of Alberta. The ultimate objective of every organ and functionality of the sovereigns, judiciary included, must indeed be to uphold and protect that will. All sovereigns are equal before the natural sovereign law. They will enjoy equal civil and political rights, will have the same opportunities, and be subject to the same public duties and obligations without discrimination. Sorry guys, hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad.
Thank you.
We'll forgive you if you butchered part of it.
I can't help but think, if I might, I can't help but think that a lot of the provisions in there can be construed as trying to infringe upon the liberty of the jury, because I think, as I mentioned before, when the jury trial process is happening, the jury needs to be able to consider all sources of law, and with the ultimate goal of bringing justice in response to the complaint before the court. And it seemed like at least a few of the provisions that were specified in the reading there were in that general direction, but they were putting some parameters on what should happen and what shouldn't happen. And I think that it might be better to just emphasize in the document the importance of the jury in deciding both the issues of law and the facts, and they shall do this in pursuit of justice between the parties as they unanimously agree. And something like that would give general parameters, but they're not going to get a unanimous verdict unless they center around natural organic justice for the common people, because at least a few people will always be available for the jury that will be insisting on righteous, godly, natural rights for the people, and they won't get the unanimous verdict unless they harmonize with those natural principles.
I think most of the law is covered later in the articles.
Pardon me?
Most of the law and everything is covered in the articles. That was the voting there was pertaining to changing articles or changing the Constitution.
Okay. Well, I look forward for when y'all can share with me copies of the document. It was really hard to get a comprehensive overview of what you're talking about there from just a brief reading. Pardon me?
It's on the website. You go to unifythepeople.ca, go to Alberta, and the whole Constitution's there.
Okay, I'll take a look here.
Yeah, unifythepeople.ca, then go to the territory of Alberta, and then click on Constitution. It says Constitution Draft.
Okay.
It comes up. And if you've been there before, you may have to refresh the page, because this was just a newly put up document.
Okay. There we are.
Okay. I want to mention something. Nowhere in that reading of the Constitution, the Alberta Constitution, did it mention trials or juries.
That's in the articles. You know that, Ed.
Yeah, that's in the article.
Constitution goes straight to the
But
article.
that's what I'm saying. The Constitution doesn't speak to any of that. That will all be decided after the Constitution is ratified. I'd like to give you as an example of the Ontario Constitution as we have written there. It's somewhat different, not much different. However, I think it will throw a different light on stuff. Does anyone want to hear it?
That would be a resounding yes for me.
Okay, here it is. And again, like Darcy, I hope I don't butcher it.
Go for it.
Starting from the top, Constitution of the Sovereign Republic of Ontario. This is a working draft, 31/8/2020. Sovereignty emanates from the living man and woman, from no other source, because there is, in fact, no other legitimate source. Man and woman are the only existential authority. There can be no provable or tangible source of higher power compelling the will of sovereign man and woman to bow down to ignominious ideologies that do not recognize humanity as supreme. Sovereigns recognize no permission or other authority other than the Constitution of the Republic of Ontario, and pledge allegiance to no foreign bodies or sources. There may be greater force, but when that force is exercised against the peaceful sovereigns to subrogate them forcefully, this becomes tyranny and a crime against humanity. General provision. The unconstitutional documents and laws which were applicable before applying this declaration will be null and void. Banking, financing, government, political and diplomacy, international and monetary fund, sovereign debt incurred through activities which do not serve the best interest of the nation, when committed by a despotic, tyrannical, or otherwise unjust or oppressive regime. Such debts are invalid and written off after the government is disposed. All sovereigns will pledge an affirmation to the Republic of Ontario. Affirmation will read, I affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Ontario and its constitutions and laws of the land, that my aspirations and capabilities will also be to the service and welfare of the sovereigns of the Republic. The Parts Declaration, Part 1 to 8 of this Constitution are the protective measures in place to guarantee the sovereigns are the final decision makers, which can only be changed by 100% of the voting sovereigns, not the majority. All articles of this Constitution are in place to guarantee the sovereigns are the final decision makers. Amendments will require 75% of the sovereigns. Agreement of the sovereigns. Part 1. The Republic of Ontario is an independent republic nation wherein the sovereigns are the source of power. Life, liberty, prosperity, property, land, air, and water. All are sovereign rights. Part 2, sovereign's unalienable right. Unalienable, the state of a thing being which is capable of being alienated, that is, sold or transferred. Things that are not in commerce, as public roads are in their nature unalienable.
But that's all the same yet.
I know, some of it are the same. All right.
That's all the same. It's a problem.
No, it is. Oh, never mind. Skip it, guys.
What's going on there, Ed?
Yeah, a little bit of dead air there. It's nice to see such a group of committed people here. I'd like to reemphasize that, well, maybe from a little bit different angle, referencing organic law again about the people. Another description of common law is referred to as lex non scripta. Maybe you all have heard of that. That's Latin, but it means not scribed. Law, not scribed, is the direct translation, and it means the unwritten law. Because when the jury comes together, they're concerned about justice, and they will make the law necessary during the jury trial process in order that they can achieve justice in response to the complaint then before the court. And that's why it's called lex non scripta, and the reports, the case law precedent, and all of the beautiful philosophy and principles of sovereignty that we're talking about, those are to be considered by the jurors as they decide what is in the interest of justice between the parties, but it's not obligatory. And I can't help but think that a lot of the efforts and the provisions of the Constitution documents that are being worked up, and I see a lot of this on the American side or the USA side too, in that people have sincere, heartfelt beliefs about what needs to be done to establish justice in the community, and they want to write that down and make it obligatory over the juries. And when you do that, that takes away the organic process, because at that point, what one person has written down, the proposition is that should govern the jury's decision-making process. And the jury needs to have more liberty in order to fashion their own remedies in response to the complaint before the court. And thereunder, I think it's more important to focus on engineering a new system of government that is harmonious with the common law traditional principles, and that should be the essence of our Constitution documents, and not spend so much time on specific provisions for, in this situation we do this, or in that situation we do that, and trying to prescribe by statutory type of written words how particular situations should be governed. I don't think that's the most productive use of our limited time and energy here. I think we should be talking more about who's the spokesperson for Alberta, and who's the spokesperson for Ontario, and who's the spokesperson for BC, and are they willing to assume the role of assembling juries within those jurisdictions so those juries can start administering justice for the common people within each of those provisions? That's what real peace and justice really gets down to, is the unanimous decisions of those juries. And we need people in positions of authority to summon those juries in each of the provinces. And that's organic law, because at that point, we're getting people that are willing to assume leadership positions, that are willing to step up and be a voice in the national conference and make sure everything is in order in their own local provinces at the same time. So I hope that kind of makes some sense, and I'm certainly not trying to micromanage what you Canadians are trying to put together there, but I believe my ideas are well rooted in common law and natural law, and I would just respectfully suggest that you try to consider more in terms of organic process rather than a whole lot of writing in the Constitution documents. Be more concerned about assembling the juries and electing your own leaders. Do we have leaders for Alberta? Leaders for Ontario, leaders for BC? Are there leaders, coordinators for these groups? I do.
We don't have countries yet. You're ahead of us. We don't have countries.
You can do
We're
it.
just trying to do it.
There's a vacuum. Under common law tradition, there's a vacuum in leadership right now. The offices are still there. They're just vacant. Y'all can step into those vacant offices and start exercising them right now. It's part of Magna Carta. The de factos can't argue with you about this.
Yeah, but we're not ready for that. We're just
all right.
up. We're just
all right. Well, I hear you, but I thought we were talking earlier about we're running out of time. We need to do stuff now.
Well, we are running out of time, but also sometimes we get a little bit ahead of ourselves. We are running out of time. We're just starting to affirm the Constitution. That's the step we're at now. But yes, we're already trying to set up the system. That's why we're here tonight, to talk about natural law versus common law, so we know which way we're going and how to set it up.
Yeah, we don't actually.
Right, but you're just a little ahead of us, I think.
All right. I don't want to traumatize you.
Yeah. I'm not writing the laws, so I don't know.
All right. Well, I just wanted to kind of say something there, and I'm certainly not trying to pressure the group here.
No, I like what you said. I just think you're a little bit ahead of us.
All right.
Which is good.
Well,
better than behind us.
There's nothing wrong with him being ahead. It just shows us where we need to head in. That's the direction we need to go.
I agree.
Yeah. And I'm really big.
I'm that here uploading, so I gotta just do some other stuff, but I'm still listening. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm really big on the consensus building process, like in juries. You know, it has to come together naturally, where everybody has time to reason about it and think about it, and then we all come to an agreement. Is how righteous communities of people come together. In pre-Norman Conquest England, before Parliament came into existence, was a group called the Witan Gemot. The word Gemot means assembly. Witan is the wise men, and the national governing body was called the Assembly of the Wise Men, and that's real similar to the Articles of Confederation in the USA, which is there's no separation of powers. Like in the USA, there's separation of judicial and executive and legislative powers. That's all a bunch of garbage. When the assembly comes together in an organic community of people, it should have all executive, judicial, and legislative powers. And that's how it was in pre-Norman conquest England. And that's what we need to get back to, I do believe. I yield.
For some reason, I can't remember your name. Could you tell the fellow in the glasses holding the phone? Could you tell me your name, please?
Charles Stewart in Texas.
Hi, Charles. Just to bring you up to speed, I think all the Canadians on here know this. Are you aware that Canada is actually not a country? Canada. Are you aware of that? That it has never, ever been formed. It's pending. Are you aware of that?
Well, I have problems processing your choice of words there.
Okay. I'll try and be as clear as I can possibly be. Confederation, 1867, never took place. It was a fraud. The Constitution Act of 1882 under Pierre Trudeau, it was a fraud. When the Queen, quote, ratified it, unquote, it was subject to a language law which Quebec had to sign on to. They never have. Canada has never existed as a sovereign country. It did exist as a colony. Now it exists only as I'm not even sure what you call it. It's a loose connection of 10 sovereign territories, provinces. I'm not sure how the 3 territories figure in this. I think I scared him off. He left his chair.
Well, I'm listening. I got my phone.
Oh, that's right.
I'm listening.
But what I've just said is true, and anybody knowledgeable on this forum, and I think most of you are, will concur with what I've just said. Correct me if any of you have evidence to the contrary. Okay. This woman is speaking, but she must be muted.
Canada is definitely not a country. It's a registered corporation in Washington, D.C., owned by the globalists.
Yep.
I tell people this every day, and especially the military get mad at me. But it is not. It's owned by the globalist scum who control our country. We were never, ever made into a proper country.
Yep. We're on the same page.
Yeah, no, I'm just backing you up.
In fact, I believe there's somebody in Richmond. I believe there's someone in Richmond, BC, who has offered $10,000. Some of you may have this. I can't remember his name, but he's a doctor, I believe. He's
a $10,000 reward. You're right.
Yeah, for anyone that can provide proof that Canada ever confederated.
Yeah, if you can produce Federation papers, there's a $10,000 reward. Nobody can do it because they don't exist.
Yep.
It was a safe. It was a safe reward.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Wow. If I may.
And this is why we can legally write our own constitution for each province. And in doing so, this is where we're at now. Each province is starting. Well, some of them haven't, but we're all going to become republics, just like in the United States. Each state is a republic. But we're not going to be allowed anyone to hijack us federally, and that's why we're really concerned about our local constitutions so that we can make sure we maintain our unalienable rights given to us by the Creator.
It's a $25,000 reward. Chris?
Oh, $25,000
reward.
No. It's it's
There might be more than one reward out there.
It was.
There's a $25,000 reward.
Yeah, whatever my sign said, I made the sign. But it's been a while. Yeah, I think it was 25,000.
Is that from the guy in Richmond,
$15,000.
or is that somebody else?
Yes, actually, this is Chief Kamala from the League of Indian Nations of North America, and I just wanted to say that I had heard that before. I am actually in the territory of Michigan, and it has been a challenge for me to get people to recognize as well that Michigan never became a state. Henceforth is sovereign, and by Senate Resolution 17 in 2009, it was sent to the Senate, the U.S. Senate, and the U.S. House that there was a resolution to affirm Michigan's sovereignty under the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States over all powers not enumerated and granted to the federal government. So that in itself spoke to Michigan's sovereignty. And one of the paragraphs or stanzas that I love in this says it speaks to the federal government attempting to present itself as the overseer, as it were, of Michigan, and Michigan being an agent of the federal government, when in fact it's the total opposite. The federal government is subject to Michigan. And the stanza that I read from the Senate resolution, if you don't mind, it's very short, I'll read it. It says, whereas many federal mandates are directly in violation of the 10th Amendment, the United States Supreme Court has ruled that the United States Congress may not commandeer the legislative and regulatory processes of the state. By this resolution, Michigan claims sovereignty under the 10th Amendment over all powers not granted to the federal government under the United States Constitution, and whereas all government agencies and their agents and employees operating within the geographic boundaries of the state of Michigan, small s, or whose actions have effect on the inhabitants, lands, or water of Michigan, shall operate within the confines of the original intent of the Constitution of the United States, or be subject to penalty of law as provided for now or in the future within the Constitution of the state of Michigan, the Michigan statute, or the common law. This resolution serves as notice and demand to the federal government that Michigan's agent to cease and desist immediately
I'm listening to this other lady.
all mandates that are beyond the scope of the federal government's constitutionally delegated powers.
Well,
now,
we changed subjects a little bit.
So, in saying that, I'm sorry?
What's that? Joshua?
Are you able to hear?
Chris, you're not muted.
Hang on.
All right, did you get that information?
Yeah.
Kamala.
Just like you were saying, Canada's not a country. This guy didn't realize it. he never realized we're not a country. Because he was telling us what we should be doing. I said, you're ahead of us. We haven't even done that yet. I know. That's okay. Now, what about Joshua? Yeah, what about Joshua? Sorry, I'm in the middle of uploading this video.
Can somebody mute? Chris?
What do you mean?
That sounds better.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Explain it in English.
Scotty, can you mute yourself?
You can.
Scotty, mute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you, Scotty.
No, that's Chris. Can the young lady from Missouri?
That's not you. Oh, you mean like videos on vaccines, videos on
It's Chris and Dwight that need to mute themselves.
Am I being heard? I was just finishing up. Am I being heard?
Dropped, by the way. But I'll tell you, now Tammy wants to go to Telegraph, and she says Joshua is going to quit MeWe as well and go to Telegraph. I told him I'm not going to anything.
Oh, well, thanks, honey.
Okay. Okay, can you give me half an hour and I'll phone you back? I got to finish doing what I'm doing and sign off the meeting. Yeah.
Chris, you need to mute yourself. Chris, you need to mute yourself.
What's happening out there?
I think it's Scotty in New York that's jabbering on our phone.
Chris, you need to mute yourself.
I was muted, Charles. It's Chris. You can see him on the screen talking on the phone with somebody. And Camelia, you were interrupted when he got the phone call. We stopped hearing you when he picked up the phone. So we missed the last 3 or 4 minutes of your dialogue, Camelia. I yield.
All right, basically what I was...
Yes, please continue. Chris is muted his phone.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, basically what I was stating was just like Canada hadn't become a country, Michigan hadn't become a state. And they purported, but it never actually happened and took place. So someone close to me had actually gone to Washington, D.C. to get the charter for the state of Michigan and was told in Washington, D.C. at the Library of Congress by the librarian that Michigan had no charter because Michigan had never become a state. And as I was stating about the Senate resolution from 2009, the Michigan State Senate put the federal government on notice to cease and desist as basically pretending that they were they had the authority to make Michigan their agents when in fact it's the other way around. And henceforth a recent Supreme Court decision from Michigan has just come out on July 17th, and in that decision it says over and over and over, it speaks to the common law and the other law, but specifically to common law, and it affected 83 county treasurers because they had been taking, violating the Michigan Constitution and the U.S. Constitution with the takings clause of those constitutions, which they both state that taking it takes precedence on anything that is common law. So if that takings clause is violated, whatever the common law principle is, that takings clause covers that.
Yeah.
Can I ask the lady who's just speaking? What's her name is?
I am.
Could you email us that information?
League of Indian Nations of North America, there in North Bay, Canada.
Okay, I'm back on. Sorry about that. Could you, Ed's going to put the Traveling Truth to Outlook.com. Could you email me the information on the chat room there and get a hold of us and send me the information on what you found? That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Can you repeat the email address, please?
Ed's going to put in the chat room. Traveling Truth Tour at Outlook.com. It's one L in traveling.
Thank you.
Tango Romeo Alpha, Victor India Lima India November Golf. Tango Romeo Uniform Tango Hotel, and then Tango Oscar Uniform.
Okay, you got cut off.
Did you get that, young lady?
I can get it from, it cut off. It cut off. Maybe I can get it from Charles. It cut off.
Traveling with one L. Truth. Tour, which is TOUR, at Outlook.com. It's on our website, unifythepeople.ca. at the very top. If you could email me, I would enjoy that.
Thank you. What is your name?
Dallas.
Dallas. Thank you, Dallas.
Another thing, too, is you mentioned charter. A charter is a corporation document. You know that, right?
Yes.
A charter is a charter for the corporation.
Right. And because Michigan doesn't have a charter and never became a corporation, according to our 1835 preamble and constitution, our state, as it were, small s, has to be styled in upper lowercase letters. And on the documents that we continue to get, it is still styled that way because it is not a corporation.
Okay, I'm back. I heard you. Can you say that again to me?
Sure. I was saying that there is no charter. Like you were saying, there's no charter because Michigan never became a corporation and it never became a state. The story is that it became a state in 1837. However, according to the 1787 Northwest Ordinance, once it was to have 60,000 inhabitants, and the Constitution, which it and the seal, which it does have for 1835, there was a story that they had gone up to Ann Arbor, which was not the seat of government at the time, and decided in the Frostbitten Convention, it was a very cold period in December of 1836, they decided from now on, let's just tell people that we became a state in next month. And they've been telling everybody ever since that Michigan became a state in January of 1837, which was not the case.
Same thing in Alberta? And Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. There was only Dominion of Canada and parts of British Columbia and a little tiny thing called Manitoba. That's it.
All right, I yield.
If we got a blank spot there, Charles here. I'd like to point out that states and in the USA, and I dare suggest provinces, in Black's Law Dictionary, the state is defined as a community of people bound together by common law, habits, and customs. And I think the same definition applies to provinces in Canada, that we're supposed to, the very definition of the word state, and I think similar for province, is that that's a community of people that is complying with the common law tradition. That means that juries are deciding who goes to jail and who loses property, and black robe tyrants are not involved in that. Black robe tyrants are not part of legitimate state or province government, because legitimate state and province government are obligated to follow common law, not Roman Empire slave traders municipal law. I've thrown a few radical ideas out here to y'all, my Canadian friends, but I'm 66 years old. I've been in a lot of court conflicts, and I've seen the way judicial officers and attorneys, when you start talking about common law due process and the rights of the people to, quote, responsibly self-govern, unquote, in our own local communities, they start running and hiding. They don't engage on that because they're cowards and they're bullies. And we've got the moral high ground, we've got the legal high ground, and they will run and hide from you if you speak your words correctly. The reason that we're not getting any progress in a lot of these areas, both in the States and I'm sure Canada, is because our choice of words is not optimal. It doesn't really cut to an issue that takes the authority away from the de facto municipal governmental authorities. And if we can elevate our choice of words to a higher level that is more confrontational against these devil worshippers, then I think we'll start to have more liberty and justice and peace for our common people. I yield. Comments, question?
Okay, I got a couple comments. I'm 64 years old. I too have went through a lot of court battles. Believe me, I know the words. I know how to challenge jurisdiction. I know that I cannot enter that courtroom as a citizen. That if I want to enter that courtroom and have any sort of a chance, which I know I'm not going to have anyway doing it, I got to enter as a man, a living man. And I have to state that I am a living man. And that I am not the corporate entity that they call Edward Keith Rivers, all capital letters. I've done this many times. Minor court cases I win. More serious court cases, one of three things happen. Either the judge runs from the courtroom and doesn't come back. Number two, the judge will run out of the courtroom, give it a couple minutes, walk through the door. When he walks back through that door, he has, in essence, changed jurisdiction. If I do not challenge jurisdiction again, then he goes on and tries me under maritime law or whatever jurisdiction he decides he's in. If I challenge jurisdiction again, I guarantee you the judge runs out of the courtroom again, and then he comes back in. And now I'm under admiralty law. And this happens 3 times. At the end of the 3rd time, if I challenge jurisdiction again, usually the judge will bang his gavel and say, case dismissed, I cannot deal with this case. Under a lot of times, he won't even do that. He'll just get up and abandon the court. Now, I've tried stating the judges have abandoned the court. I, as a sovereign, have dismissed this case. And I've left. 1 or 2 times, I had no problem with that. I tried it one other time. I was arrested. I was incarcerated. It took me a while to get out of there. There was no charges put against me. This is what we're dealing with in Canada. Now, I know, Charles, you say that these black-robed, in my mind, parasites don't have control. But here in Canada, they have all the control. And until we draft constitutions and the power comes back to the people, and we govern the law, and we control, we are the juries, that's just the way it is, because there is no real legitimate law here in Canada. There's nothing lawful in Canada. It's all legal, but it is not lawful. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Ed. If I might,
If I may, also.
Well, why don't you go ahead, Scotty?
Yes, I agree with. Boy, that was really well said, brother. Boy, the rule of threes is what you were playing there. However, you did leave out one thing. Yeah, you really are on the ball with that. I was really glad to hear that. It's a pleasure to be on this call. There's one thing you forgot. The reason you can't mention the Constitution in their court is because you're not a party to it. If you get a certified copy of it and accept it, you can then use it in their court in another fashion against them. So I didn't see you mention that. Take a look into that. That could be done here in the States. But boy, it's really a pleasure to listen to you people. Man, it's really amazing. I yield.
Scott, I appreciate that, and I thank you as well. The only problem is, here in Canada, we have no constitution to stand on. We've only got a Constitution Act that was written by Parliament, an illegal Parliament, which is nothing more than a corporation called the Government of Canada, Inc. And until we draft our own constitutions and create our own republics and our own administrations, we have no constitution. So that you can't even bring a constitution into the court. And the minute we bring in the Constitution Act, then we have now become a citizen under that act. And we are no longer standing in that courtroom as a man, a living man, a creation of God. Now we are a creation of government, an illegal government.
Ed has said it. We said the truth. The one thing that I can see that our American brothers and sisters are having a hard time with is that Canada, as the rest of the world understands us, simply it does not exist, never has, and still to this day does not. Walter Kuhl's writings prove that. But our American friends, constitutionally, we are in a very different position than our American brothers. And you guys down south, you have to realize that. And, well, you don't have to, but if you want to address our concerns, you have to know what we're dealing with. And we are not dealing with a ratified constitution. We are not dealing with law. We have I'll call him a celebrity lawyer named Rocco Galati, who is suing the federal government for war crimes and crimes against humanity based on the COVID fraud using the Constitution. He'll win, but it's going to have no teeth because we have no Constitution. And that's the disconnect that seems to be taking place across the 49th parallel. I yield.
Yeah, Rocco Galita would just suck a bunch of money out of the poor for a case he'll never win. Like taking the Bank of Canada, the lawsuit, or Norm Travesey, collecting $160,000. Wasted money. You're not going to win in their, like I always say, their, the alligator pit or the piranha pit. You're not going to win. So we do not have a constitution. We also have no treaties signed in the Corporation of Unlawful Canada. You can't even say illegal. It's unlawful. Illegal puts you into admiral law and legalese. So it's unlawful that we have no constitution. They call it a constitution. It's a B&A Act of 1867, which is a dead copy held by Europe. It doesn't exist. You can't get a copy of it. It doesn't exist. They produce something on a piece of paper on the internet, but if you ask for the copy of it, or if you try to go find it, at least in the United States, you go down there, there is a constitution that says we the people, right? We have nothing up here. We have it's unceded land with no treaties. We've been usurped under admiral law, what you want to call it. So the people have a lawful right to create a constitution here. This is why we actually have the greatest strength in probably every single landmass around the world, because we never ever had a constitution. So if the people get the constitution ratified, it will remove them, remove a de facto Canada, and seat a de jure republic, not the hijacked republics, but a real republic that we choose. And we can do this in the Corporation of Canada, and the boundaries, even the treaties in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, these are all fictional lines, same as the borders between the United States and Canada. These are all fictional lines created by them. But we have the greatest opportunity to change the game up here. Now, the republics, they can file the 10th Amendment or the 14th Amendment, but the problem is the 14th Amendment pretty well removes their jurisdiction. Now, do you remember it was about 9 years ago when the governor of Alaska was going to have a referendum to remove themselves from District of Columbia? He went missing. And then they brought in their next parasite. I think it was that young woman, I can't remember, Apollosi or whatever her name is, right? So we feel the greatest strength that we have is educate the people what the Constitution will bring the people. It'll bring them liberty, freedom. And as you look back at the Mason there, George Washington, he put in the word liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness was not in the U.S. Constitution. It was liberty, freedom, land, and property. Without land and property, you got nothing. Even the birth certificates that are issued in the Corporation of Canada, the Quebec Corporation issues a birth certificate of Ontario, you are the property of the corporation. You do not exist. So,
why are you refusing to come?
The battle we're fighting with the New World Order, or UN Agenda 21, or the globalist plan, we have two choices.
It is off.
We educate as many people as quickly as possible what a constitution will do. It will free them, give them liberty and prosperity overnight. Plus the odious debt, the debt they created through their fiat cash system is gone. We're under a huge battle, but we can do this in days if we get people educated the power of a contract called a constitution. Can they, will the Bilderberg Group, or you want to call them the parasites, go full force? We have no choice. They are going full force. I yield the table.
Dallas, if I might, I'm sure you're familiar that England refers to their constitution. We got echo in the background.
England does not have a constitution. Great Britain does not have a constitution. Ireland does not have a constitution. The 27 nations of the Commonwealth do not have constitutions. Australia challenged them in 1992 to produce the Constitution. They actually, you cannot be so they use the Queen as a what do you want to call her, some type of entity, but she doesn't exist. It's the Crown that exists. But the Queen exists only because of the Vatican. She's a figurehead, but the Vatican is what controls us. Now, even when I read what you call Judge Von Rees information up in Alaska on common law, natural law, and sovereignty, etc., her information is about 85% correct, but lots of it is so convoluted, it's impossible what she's saying. So,
I agree.
To gain sovereignty, first and foremost, you have to agree upon an agreement. There's been no agreement, there's been no contract, there's been no consent. We use those three things to get the people to understand the power of the Constitution, why the Constitution is very, very important. It's a contract, how we, the people, want to govern ourselves. Make it simple, make it short, make it concise, and make sure it's so powerful that every person is going to understand that. Then we launch why we're creating the court systems, because we live in a society called, well, not even society, we'll call it what it is. It's a The maximum law states that all laws have to be equal, right? We don't have any laws here. There's two laws. There's one law for the parasites and one law for the slaves. So there's another thing too. Darlene just said too in the background. She said that they can't even say it's a law in Canada. They call it the criminal code of Canada because they cannot say a law because they say law. That's land and air and water, which will put them into sovereignty. They can't say it. They say criminal code. They say acts and statutes are laws, but they never ever say a law. They only say acts and statutes.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't even say they're laws. They say they have the color of law. So there is no laws, and that's the difference.
Well,
but the young lady on earlier there, I really want to see her information because I'll look at that. We'll get you hooked up with some of the clan mothers and hereditary chiefs, saying that we'll look at that for sure. As I know right now, there's not been one treaty signed in de facto Canada. Not one.
You don't need.
So
you don't
even
need
if they
treaties.
produce a treaty that was signed through duress or through usurped, they weren't signed. They were never. They were never ratified by the originals. They were never accepted by the originals. They didn't understand the language. So we can go back to Decky stuff. So on our page, unifythepeople.ca. Please go there. Spread the information because the same issues you're facing in the corporation of de facto United States of America, which they are, we have the same battle. We need to create laws to protect us. We need to create a constitution where we set the boundaries, where we decide how we want to govern ourselves. And that's the most powerful thing we can do. But right now we understand the time frame we have. We've got 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's getting really bad. And they are going to make more harm until they financially destroy us all, create chaos in our streets. So the faster our republics and the states come together, the faster the provinces that come together, the faster we can create a momentum of truth. And the truth is this: we do not consent to what they're doing to us. It's not about hugs and masks, all this other bullshit George Soros crap they're creating to distract the people. We need to go for the juggler. We need to say, hey, produce the document. They cannot produce it. They cannot produce it. Everything on Unify the People is factual, and they can't even deny the facts. So we use that information on the page. For the young lady was on earlier there with the natives, or we'll call you Indians, some want to be called Indians or whatever, or human beings. That's what I was told. The exact word they like to be called. We have a site, so it says the provinces, territories. Go to the bottom. It says Turtle Island. I would like you to watch the Decky agreement. Seriously, it's broken down. It's 1 hour and 1 minute. It's done very well. This is the information we could use to educate more people. But the most important thing right now, we need to educate them the power of a constitution. I yield the table.
I'd like to add something to that. And very good, Dallas. Thank you for that. I'd like to add that I would like to see everyone on this page in the Unify the People movement to be going as much as they can to unifythepeople.ca and just devouring the magnitude of information and documents and witness the testimonies that are in there. Watch the videos. And I'm asking this of everyone here, American, Canadian, original people, all sovereigns, all human beings. We need to come together as one family. That's how we were created. These parasites are the ones that have separated and divided us. These parasites are the ones that work daily at dividing our groups, dividing our families, dividing our countries, our republics. The only way to stop these parasites, in my opinion, and if anybody can show me a better solution, believe me, I've got an open mind. I will look at it. But the only solution I see for us Canadians on this land is to create these constitutions and get them ratified. And the only way we're going to do that is boots on the ground. Our Zoom rooms. And talking to our friends, family, and yes, even that stranger on the street. Because unless we talk to that stranger on the street, he will never be a friend or a fellow sovereign. He'll just be a stranger on the street. I yield the floor.
Does anybody else have it?
I was on mute. I was talking to the mute button. I was saying, y'all realize that eventually, or what, probably sometime soon here with this coronavirus thing, the de factos are probably going to be coming against us all in both of our countries, so-called, soon. They're going to be coming against us with force, and it's probably going to get ugly. Do y'all recognize that?
$100%.
All right. Well, then the question becomes, how can we defend ourselves with force and under law? Because if we've got law on our side, as we're taking up arms against the criminal conspirators that are posturing as legitimate government, our moral high ground and our legal high ground is through due process of law and through our own court systems, having our own jury verdicts and judgments. Magna Carta enshrines this. This gives us legitimacy to use force to arrest corrupted usurpers.
Bill, I want to stop you. The Magna Carta is a slave document to you. It made you a U.S. citizen. The Magna Carta was created by the nobles, the kings, and queens to protect their fiefdoms. The Magna Carta was brought to the corporation of the republics of the United States to tax you as a slave. The Magna Carta, Section 61, does not apply to you. The Magna Carta will put you in worse crimes and more jurisdiction. It's a false document. They portray to you through movies, the Magna Carta protected you, etc., etc., etc. Does that make sense? On our page, we have tons of information that explains you the Magna Carta. And if you want to, we have a site. You email me, I'll email you the site. It's a hidden site where we've taken the United States Constitution, the three constitutions. There were three constitutions, right, of the 13 republics. The Northern Constitution, the Nigger Constitution, and the Southern Constitution. Correct? Are you aware of these three constitutions?
Was your first one a Nigger Constitution? I didn't comprehend that middle one. Was that? Did you say nigger constitution?
Yeah, there's three constitutions. There's a North Constitution, the Nigger Constitution, and the South Constitution. Yeah, there's three.
What's that phrase? Nigger constitution.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've studied the United States stuff for years. I want to figure out the real truth, right? So yeah,
I
there's
don't
a lot we can learn from each other. A lot we can learn, and the most important thing is, like I said, time is on our. We don't have the time, so our objective should be this: we stop talking about masks, we stop talking about COVID, we stop talking about vaccinations, we stop talking about end the lockdown. All these are all George Soros distractions. We need to go for the jugular. Every single one of us should be saying one thing. We need to get a constitution that represents the people, that creates accountability. And there's only one site out there right now that has all the information to save every single nation, Turtle Island and Europe. It is a database full. Will that database last? No. They're going to come hard for it. It has all the documents. So we all get together. And I've been saying this for a long time. If you want to defeat your enemy, there's only one team. It's us against the terrorists, or it's us against the parasites. So either we get on board with one message, and our message is this: we the people have had enough. We're creating a constitution, how we want to govern ourselves, how we're going to create the laws to protect ourselves and hold people accountable to the laws that they harm another person. We do this quickly, and we get on the streets. Facebook, Twitter, these are useless things. We all know this. They keep you occupied to go in circles with distractions of bullshit. X-22 and Trump are not going to save you. He's part of the regime. He's playing the right. He's playing the left. They're not helping us. They're the same cabal. Doesn't matter if it's Tony Blair. Doesn't matter if it's any. Even the Republicans in the United States are just crooked as the Democrats. So you know it and I know it.
Right.
They usurped everything by putting their parasites into power. Doesn't matter if it's Hillary Clinton or Justin Trudeau. Maybe you don't even know that Justin Trudeau and Hillary Clinton are cousins. Or Tony Blair's a cousin. They're all the same parasites. So we have two choices. We get together with one message. Constitutional conventions. The republics have a constitution. They have to fight to restore their republics. The people in the Corporation of Unlawful Canada have to get their republics going. Educating them what a republic means. It means prosperity and a future. There's two choices. We unite or we die. And that's the bottom line. And like I said, you asked me a question. What's the third thing we do? You know exactly what we do. We are the only two last, North America is the last domain of freedom and liberty to save the world. They used us to destroy the world, to wipe them all out, Afghanistan, Syria, Lebanon, etc., etc. You have my American brothers to the south of me, 365 million of you. And I'll tell you right now, I bet you all got 30, 40 guns each. Your brothers to the north have 60 million guns plus. They know what they have to do with us. They have to wipe us out strategically, slowly. Because we are the last line of defense to stop the New World Order. So they're going a lot slower on us. Because if they go after us,
if I may,
they'll awaken a sleeping giant that they've never seen. And there won't be a bureaucrat or a civil servant standing when we become united. And you know that, and I know that. They chose the battlefield. They chose to harm. We chose a lawful, legal thing to do, is remove a parasite, which I call gophers. I call them mostly parasites. I yield the table.
Scotty?
I have one thing to add to that, and then I'll yield the floor. It won't take long. People, it's been a grand deception. They put all these documents, the Magna Carta, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms here in Canada, which is only a charter. You can't even call it a government document because the people that photocopied it and added it to our Canadian Constitution Act were not even a government. It wasn't an act of Parliament. It was an act of a corporation. All these things to all of us here in North America, whether you want to believe me or not, like I said, I'm 64 years old. I've been banging my head against this wall for many years. Whether you want to believe it or not, I don't really care anymore. They're all dead documents to us. They can't help us. Like Dallas says, those neighbors to the south of us that have republics, that have constitutions, you need to go back to the original. You need to reclaim your republic for the people. For you people in Canada, we have no republics. We have no government. We have no authority over us, really, except ourselves. We, the people, the sovereigns. It's the Creator and us against the parasites. And the only way we're going to win is to stand with the Creator and natural law. Nature, have you ever watched every time man disappears from anywhere? Watch how fast nature takes control, takes it back, and completely wipes out every iota of evidence that man was ever there, unless you dig them up again. I yield the floor.
If I may.
Scotty.
Janice is making background noise. Now, there's only 8 people on the call who seem to be high-level knowledge people. Please have the courtesy to mute yourself, or whoever's running the call. Can't you tell Charles where the noise is coming from? This is my I'm hearing toilets flushing, water running. It's very hard to hear this intense information, and I wanted to ask if Dallas can, about the 3 constitutions. It's been a while. I've been studying new stuff, and I left the law behind a little bit, because now the cops don't mess with me. The 3 constitutions, one was 1887, one was 1889. Can you just clarify, just so I can take notes and write it down? I'm just trying to get back into law full force here. And then I have 2 more questions later at the end of the call. I yield.
Kamala, can you mute your mic when you're not speaking, please?
I'm not speaking at all.
I know, but you haven't muted your mic.
It was not Carmela, it was Janice.
Yes, she already muted.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we should have the courtesy to mute while we're not speaking. That's usually a given on these calls. I yield.
Okay. There have been a lot of great issues raised, and there's a lot of potential traction points that I would like to discuss, but one of them that I think is probably easiest to try to make some progress with would be the issue of Magna Carta. I believe Dallas and maybe some of the others indicated that that Magna Carta is a document that established slavery, and I recognize that Magna Carta was way less than perfect, and in a lot of ways it did establish slavery, but it also contained a lot of very powerful provisions, like the U.S. Constitution document. Once they added the Bill of Rights, it contained a lot of powerful provisions that we can cite specifically, we can point our fingers to, and we can tell government officials, corrupted government officials, that on specific issues, if they try to do something, they are in violation of this governing document. And that's an idiot-proof argument that's real simple, that those robotic mind control slaves from the Roman Empire model of government can comprehend real simple terms. And if we throw out documents that are part of our tradition of liberty, you know, certainly not comprehensive, but they're part of it. They're elements of it. They articulate principles.
Okay, so I have a video. If you go to our site, unifythepeople.ca, we have a thing. It's called. We have a YouTube channel on BitChute and Brighteon. If you go to the YouTube channel, you'll scroll down. There's the video. It's called "The Fraud of the Magna Carta." It's all there. You cannot even deny the facts in it.
I'm sure everything.
Read that, yeah. So in the Magna Carta, it was designed to make you think that you had rights, but at the same time, when they used the Magna Carta, when they put it into the United States, that was the grounding of taxation to the slaves. It was done in stealth. I mean, don't deny how smart these freak show parasite sociopaths are. They're brilliant. To the average person, they don't see these little things. But we have a lot of people that worked on these things and looked at every single wording. If we want to succeed in our goals, we the people create a constitution, a contract, how we want to govern ourselves, remove the parasites, set up our laws. That's the quickest route. And you know, Switzerland did it for 1,500 years, and they had to do it with bloodshed. Right now, they're being destroyed too. We all know that. This is a worldwide event. They're going full gusto. So the patriots, the warriors, the braves need to stand side by side now. We organize. We have one message. We the people have had enough. We the people are going to get our Constitution to remove the parasites and educate as many people as possible the benefits of getting this Constitution. It'll stop slavery, theft, robbery, persecution, and, most importantly, it will give you the freedom and prosperity that we all should have had. That's our message. And instead of saying, save our children, this is the solution to save everyone's child. That's the message I've been trying to teach for 30 years. So when we hear more George crap, like hugs and masks, and the lockdown, etc., controlled opposition, I don't know no more, Occupy no more, these are all controlled oppositions to get you off the solution. If we all are saying one thing, one voice, one sound, that we've had enough, we want a constitution to remove the parasites. And we can do it. Are they going to stop? No. But the people, when they see what we're doing, they'll join us, and then we'll clean up the goddamn garbage. I yield the floor.
If I might respond, that motivating the people to join with us will be much more effective if we can give them color of legitimacy under their common law township communities as qualified electors and deputy peace officers that have authority to resort to force to resist that parasite class. If that makes sense.
It
makes sense, but the thing is this, we need to concentrate on one thing. What do the people want for laws?
They want their juries.
Okay, the people want justice.
That only happens through juries.
No, it only happens if we create the laws to create the juries and the grand juries, etc., etc.
No,
Correct.
it only happens through jury. If you've read Lysander Spooner's essay on trial by jury, you'd know this, sir.
Well, no, we see the problem is that juries can be influenced.
No, not if they're in our courts, in our venue.
Well, this is why it's very important to be look at a jury and a grand jury, because you get 12 people on a jury. You get 12 people on a jury. They can be manipulated, threatened, and harmed. You cannot harm a grand jury.
No. You don't comprehend, sir.
Well, no, I do comprehend. I've watched lots of grand juries in the United States where they threatened all the jurors. Happens all the time.
I'm talking about trial juries, not grand juries.
Well, first, that's why we're going with grand jury, because the grand juries will be military tribunals at the beginning to ensure everybody understands.
So you're advocating a military form of government, is that correct?
No. I think at the very beginning, a military tribunals, like where we actually hold real trials, I think that would be the safest at the very beginning.
Military don't hold real trials. Military holds military tribunals. Those aren't real trials. They don't follow due process of law. They spit on due process of law.
Well, we've never really had a grand jury that did that. You look at the the Nuremberg trials. I mean, that was a total farce, 100% fraud, right? So that was a military tribunal. That was a jury by peers, correct?
No, it wasn't a jury. It wasn't a jury. They didn't use a jury in the Nuremberg trials.
Well, they said they did, but they didn't, did they?
No, right. How come?
Did you read Five-Star George Patton's book? Or did you read his diary from him and his wife going back with letter to letter? Read all that. When you read that, you're gonna. It's unbelievable how they got away with this shit.
If I may point of clarification.
Yep.
Yes, I concur with you, Dallas. Yes, not only can they be influenced, they can be threatened, and they can be mind controlled. How many people
100%.
here? Yeah, Charles, are you aware of the 5th of November from The Real V? He's the host of Red Pill Hardcore. It starts in 15 minutes. I suggest, Dallas, you listen to the show at 12. The first hour is no callers, but the second hour starting midnight Eastern time in an hour and 15 minutes. Please call in and recommend your website and promote what you're trying to get people together. There's a radio
Anything
show
to Charles. So this is Scotty, right?
Yep, this is Scotty.
Okay, Scotty. So do me a favor, same thing. Email Travel and Truth Tour that information. Go to the unifythepeople.ca site. At the very top, it has the email. Take that email.
I'll do that.
Email me the information. One of our team members will get that. So we have a whole bunch of volunteers that are working behind the scenes on this, right?
And you don't have to
so
do it
somebody will
tonight.
get that. No, but if you email it, that information will be given to the teams, and then the teams can get that, and then they can spread it far and wide. So any numerous one of the team members can phone in and talk and discuss this kind of stuff, right?
Okay, well, you're really well spoken. I really wish I was able to concentrate a little bit more, but I've been multitasking and taking care of issues.
Well, I've got about 8,000 videos out there. You can see how well trained I am.
I don't have time for that. Maybe I'll watch 2 of them.
I know. That's why I'm going for the juggler now. I'm trying to get to the solution. So, like I said, I've looked at all angles. We need to get the courts up ASAP. So if we can get these courts done, I mean, we have enough intelligent people. We can put them together. The jury system, if that's the way you want to go. I don't know. Someone's banging around, yeah.
Only 8 people, and there's so many people making background noise. Anyway, to be continued. You can go back to arguing with Charles if you want. I was trying to just intercede. That was asking.
No, argue with Charles. No. It's all good because I mean, I studied grand juries. I studied juries. I studied a lot of stuff.
And the jury that you cops will be coming to your house if you don't. They can certainly influence the juries a half a dozen ways.
That's right. So that's why we chose a grand jury until we could stabilize the economy, stabilize the people, and get an actual accountable law. That's the way I feel.
I'm pretty sure.
Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely. I said I concur. That's why I interceded. Yes, I everything you've said.
Yeah, so that's why I looked at them all, and I looked at the grand juries, and I studied the grand juries and the juries in the United States, mostly the United States. I watched how they operated and how there was numerous individuals. We had juries in British Columbia, and I think it was 9 BC judges were murdered and 27 lawyers were murdered on the water war crimes. So I went, oh,
doctors too.
Oh, I did a story on 37 naturopaths. I've done a lot of work behind the scenes, trust me.
But again,
so
you didn't let me get out.
I'm trying to figure out a solution, and the solution is we get the laws set up, grand juries, that way they can't harm 12 people. Where the grand jury, they can't stop a grand jury. Does that make sense?
But they can select a grand jury that is dumb, that they can selectively. There's so much more to this mind control that I would like to turn you people on to. Have you ever heard of the Real V?
MLK Ultra.
Hardcore?
Yes. We're well aware of all this stuff. We've been studying this. We've been studying this stuff for a long time. We understand how it works. So
do you understand
this
how
is why
transhumanism works?
Transhuman?
There are no secrets in your brain. Do you understand they could read your thoughts with satellites? Do you realize how high tech this tech is?
Yes, I do.
If I put a link in the chat, can I put links in this chat? Will that work?
No, I don't get. I'm on a phone. You know that, right? So.
Oh, okay. So I'll send it to you for the email. There's a.
That's why I'm asking you the email stuff. That's why I'm saying email stuff to you. Yes, they can manipulate. Yes, they can change.
Don't worry. Don't worry, you're doing pretty dang good. I'm very impressed. But there's a movie by this Real V his show begins in 10 minutes. He has a movie called The 5th of November, Transhumanism and Some Other Thing. And boy, if you watch that, you will be freaking blown away. The technology that's 10,000 years ahead of what you could even dream of as far as mind control, influence you. It's crazy, and it's a simple movie at a nursery school level. I'll share it with you after the show. I yield because it's getting late. But yes, very impressed with everything you've said. Everything you've said, brother, very impressed. Okay? Even that other dude, too. There's a lot of people who said a lot of great stuff. I yield.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Go on, George.
Dallas. Charles here. Are you there, Dallas?
Yep.
Dallas? Good. Can we revisit the issue of the value of grand juries?
Well, the way we set it up in the grand juries, turn down a little louder so you can hear. The way we did it with the grand juries, we looked at the options of they will not be able to hijack our grand juries.
Well, that's not the issue I'm trying to raise. That's not the issue I'm trying to raise. I'm trying to raise the issue about whether or not the grand jury process is even worth our consideration.
Well, if we're going to be a lawful republic, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So if there's substantial proof that they're guilty, then the grand jury decides.
No. The trial jury decides guilt or innocence. Grand juries only decide whether or not there's probable cause for the guy monopolizing the criminal prosecution process to go ahead and prosecute.
We've looked at that option. So now we're going to go back. So when I'll explain to you a little bit. So if you've created harm on somebody, the charges are filed.
Who files them?
And that's the part. The person harmed.
Who files the charges?
Anybody that's been harmed. Any sovereign.
So you don't need a prosecuting attorney, a district attorney, or attorney general. You don't allow them to monopolize the criminal prosecution process. Is that correct?
Nope. 100%. Whoever's been harmed, they bring their complaint to which will be our law society or administration. Say, I've been harmed. I'm filing a complaint. This is my complaint. Then it goes to whatever community that's in. They move forward. If they feel that there's been a harm here, then it goes to grand juries. Does that make sense?
Well, why doesn't it go to the trial jury?
Edgar answer this for you.
Pardon me?
Okay, this is Ed out of D.C. Charles and Scott, I think where we're all losing each other is that you brothers down south have already a constitution. You have a system that supposedly works somewhat adequately. What you don't realize is here in Canada, we do not have a constitution. When it comes right down to it, we don't even have a country. Each of our provinces, since 1901, or a little bit later in time, 1931, have been individual states that were supposed to, at that point in time, create constitutions. But because there was no computers at that point in time and such a vast area, most people couldn't even talk to each other. They had to get on a horse and travel anywhere from 30 to 100 miles just to talk to their nearest neighbor. So the government at the time, the government of the day, which again was not a true government, said, well, let's just go on with things as normal and not tell them. And that's how we got to the state we're in today. A non-country of individual states that have no constitution, no real law, no real courts. The only courts we have are maritime and admiralty courts put forth by the Crown and this de facto government, which is really nothing more than the Government of Canada, Inc. So what we're trying to explain to you, Charles, and you also, Scott, because I believe you're from the States as well, correct? What we're trying to state is we do not have a court system like you have. We have no real court system for we the people. So we have no juries. And even when in the de facto system, when we choose trial by jury, the judge puts a guideline forth for how those juries can look at the evidence, what evidence they can look at, and how they must rule. So that's why we're trying to explain. We can't, until we have a legitimate and lawful constitution and lawful republics, we have no courts until we create them. Once we create the Constitution, once we create the lawful Constitution and the lawful republic, then we can then proceed as we the people, the sovereigns of this land up here, to create lawful courts. And through those lawful courts, now create juries of our peers. Do you understand what I'm saying, or am I missing it?
Yes,
I yield the floor.
I understood you when you said it the first time, but I was unaware of that. In fact, I was actually kind of shocked to hear some of the stories brought forth today, because I went to London to play a closed gig at the Hard Rock Cafe 20 years after Jimi Hendrix's death. It was because he was promoting, the drug addict drummer was promoting his book, and the cops did not have guns back then. I was shocked to hear how lawless things were there. And I know the cops have guns now and tasers and all that, but back then, I guess it was in the 80s and 90s, I was amazed at how clean and pristine all the old structures were, unlike here in New York with the graffiti and the debilitated old structures, which are Tartarian structures, if you're unaware of, pre-reset, pre-mud flood. However, no, I totally was shocked when you said it the first time, and I do understand it. I just don't speak well. I'm a visionary. I'm way beyond words, and I sound like a schmo when I speak, and even kills a lot of my jokes. But no, I learned a lot on this call, and I'm really impressed by the knowledge possessed with you people. When you add some of my knowledge to your knowledge, you'll get to see a bigger picture and be even more powerful with that knowledge. That's why I'm suggesting you could tune into that Red Pill radio show tonight if this call ever ends. It starts right now in 3 minutes. I'll yield.
Could you send us a link in the chat, Scott?
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. I didn't know if I could put links in the chat, but yes, I'll put the link. But it's simple to remember. It's Republic Broadcasting. It's RPN. It's Republic Broadcasting Network, which is RPN. Broad.org is the website. You go to the website. There's archives there, which are amazing to listen to. You can fast forward it. You could go to half speed if you want to hear what they say. You can go 2 times the speed. However, if you want to listen live, when you click on the website, you just click listen now. You have to do it pretty quick to catch the live stream, or else it'll play a repeat. And boy, I've noticed. I just started listening because the Red Pill Hardcore show, but a lot of times I go to sleep listening to it, and then the next morning I wake up and I just listen to show after show after show, and it's all amazing information. And even high-level information comes from the callers. So you get great information from the hosts of the shows with some sort of predetermined subject, and then the callers come in and add some real gold to whatever was already great. So yes, I will put the link in the chat in a moment. I yield.
Thank you, Scott. And yes, I guess they do accept yes then. And yes, I appreciate everything you have to say, and I look forward to talking to you again, Scott.
Since nobody's competing for the mic now, do y'all think we should do this again next week, or should we give it some time here?
I don't know about you, Charles, but Janet, who is no longer online, Janet L. Wong, asked about the fraud of the monetization of the birth certificate, and that was never addressed here tonight. We haven't talked about fiat versus asset-backed currency, its pros and cons, and believe it or not, fiat currency does have some pros, which is just too long to explain here. No mention, and I'm guessing I probably should have mentioned it, but no mention was made of how to access the bond or the estate which was created at birth. and how to get out from under their jurisdiction. Although Ed touched on jurisdiction a little bit, and he has some good stuff. There's a lot to talk about. We can't cover it all in one call. It's just no way. So I'm good to continue this later.
Should we try to schedule another similar call, same time, same channel next week, Tuesday evening?
Yep.
Okay.
That'd probably be up to Dallas. I hope he says yes to that.
I would be in agreement with that. This is
right.
I believe Dallas would be agreeable to as well. Who would like to set that up? How about you, Charles? Or Scott?
Yeah.
So you have the traveling to Truer email address. You can reach Dallas through there, and he can work with everybody up here.
Yeah. And it looks like Dallas is still in the conference too, if he wants to chime in. But yeah, I can plan on setting up the conference for next week, same Tuesday evening, same time. Yeah, I'll plan on doing that if that sounds good. And I guess I should be kind of hesitant unless Dallas approves too, because he's kind of the main coordinator of your Canadian group, I believe.
Yeah, we can do it. I'm waiting for that link to be put into the chat.
Say what?
You definitely, you're obviously using your computer and your phone. I'm hoping at some point in the future you can manage to acquire a mic and a camera on your, or a mic for your computer, because using the phone and your computer mic, that's what's causing the feedback.
Ah.
You know, you're probably right about that, brother.
How do I know this? I'm an IT guy. In addition to being a piano player, obviously.
Okay, this is Scotty. I put the link in the chat for the Red Pill Hardcore. Yes, you could do the meeting again, Charles. It's been great, very wonderful, very moving. I hope it's being recorded. That's for dang sure. And the Red Pill Hardcore started 3 minutes ago. I'd like to listen to that. Can we end this call? Or do you have more? I actually had more.
Absolutely. If we can phone in.
Yeah, I'm out. See you guys.
Who said I'm out? I don't know who said that.
That would be Fred.
If the number's the person to phone in, I'm looking for the
Okay,
number.
so we are going to end the call then.
I'm going to this Republic Broadcasting.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to go there. Let's end the call, and we can continue through emails or whatever, and set up another meeting. And that, we're on to something here, and working together, two heads are better than one. 14, however many people on here, are certainly better than two heads.
I can't find a number, so you can call in and talk to the host there, so you can get on the show. Is there a number?
It's on the website. There's an 800. It's on the left side of the website. You may get a different view of it if you're on the phone. But there's a call-in number to donate. There's a call-in number to listen on the phone, and there's a call-in number to get on the show. But don't worry. They don't take calls until the second hour, and they will certainly give out the number for people to call in during the first hour.
Okay, sounds good.
When the second hour starts, you have the number already.
Yeah, Ed's got it on the computer. I can see it now.
And
okay, thanks, buddy. Thank you, everybody, tonight, and it's been enjoyable.
You want me to put the number in the chat? I can put I have the other window open. I can put it in the chat for you if you need it.
No, Ed says he's got the number there. You can call in.
It's an 800 number, and it's actually in Texas is where you call.
Excellent.
That's where it comes. Although the guy, the real V, he's in Poland, and the other great host, Rob, I actually forget where he is. some other country. They're both great, full of
Okay.
information. You're going to like it, I assure you. I'll give you your money back.
They're
if you don't
not,
like it.
they're not the guys from Red Ice, are they?
No. Actually, the V used to be from New York, I think. Anyway, don't worry. You'll find out for yourself. I wouldn't recommend something that I don't stand behind.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't need
Really appreciate it.
to-
Thanks for your time tonight and everybody else's time.
Oh, thanks to everybody. I'm sorry if I'm a little harsh,
Yeah, it was
but
great, yeah.
the background noise is just so frustrating when we're talking about such intense, life-changing, world-saving kind of stuff. The least we can do is be adult enough to realize that we're on a multiple call and we have to have rules and thing. There's also another great thing tomorrow, too, but I won't get into that now. That's from another group I'm in. I yield.
Okay. Excellent. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I'm muted.